to sit back down. So, all right, we got to go to market night. Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for being here. We're going to switch up the order of the meeting so all these kids can present and get themselves out of here. But we will start with. I think we need to start with the call to order. Call to order. Here we go. We're like 6:05. Here we go. Please stand for the pledge. You didn't put it on here, so I always get confused.
Is it not? It should be there.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now is it roll call?
Yes.
Roll call.
No.
Roll call. Dr. Breckenridge-Pettit. Here. Dr. Hill.
Here.
Mr. Hobbs.
Here.
Mrs. Longberg is not in attendance tonight. Mrs. Pascal. Here. Ms. Shipman. Here. And Mr. Smith.
Here. Okay, as I said, we're going to shift things up and just go straight to our guest report, which is both Longfellow and middle school students and Destination Imagination. So I don't know who's starting and how. Looks like we have a presentation and all the things, but take it away.
Okay, so I'm Amy. I'm the volunteer Longfellow team, and I'm Holly Kaiser, and I'm the volunteer coach for the Salida Middle School Destination. We're just going to give you a quick brief overview of what DI is, and then we'll let you talk about it. Sorry. DI is this team program within science, technology, and arts. So we both started in the fall. They both chose the same challenge, which was technical. There are 6 options for challenges. They just happen to choose the same one. They'll tell you more about that in just a minute. And then they compete at their level. Longfellow competed at the elementary level, and middle school competed at the middle level. So they were scored on that project, as well as instant challenge, which happens behind closed doors. Walk in, they don't know what the problem will be. They're given solve the problem, and then they're scored on that as well. It can be a performance instant challenge, it can be a building, it can be a combination thing. So those 2 scores from instant challenge and their main challenge are combined for an overall score, and that's how they place at regionals and state. Something that's unique to DI is that it's 100% student driven. So we are just their guides. We don't give them ideas, we don't make anything, we don't tell them to try something else. It's 100% their ideas, their feedback, their team. So both teams went to regionals and then went on to state, and they both placed 3rd at state on team, but we had 21 teams, and ours got them that's how they qualified. So we went to globals, which we are super excited. Coming together to global is a very special opportunity. So we will be in Kansas City next week. So what is global? It's the world's largest celebration of creativity. We expect to have, I think, 8,000 students from around the world who will convene at this convention for not only a competition, but awesome workshops that are lined up. We also have like a multicultural exchange. Both of our teams have been paired up with other teams from other countries, and both of us are paired with a team from Mexico. So we are planning to bring stuff from Salida and fun candy from the States for that team, and we'll have an opportunity to meet them, probably have a meal together. We'll support each other's teams in their competitions and watch them present. And then they have other social mixtures too that we're hoping to connect with on that. In addition to the competition, as I mentioned, there's awesome events that are lined up for us. There's going to be a duct tape ball at the Box and Ballers Bash, where they actually shut down Main Street, Kansas City, just for globals. There's pen trading. Elise, I don't know if you want to show your pens that you've been collecting this year. It's a very huge cultural thing of DI. I think Dr. Blackburn knows about the whole pen trading phenomena. So all of our teams will be bringing their pens to trade from Colorado and pens from other countries. There's also phenomenal workshops for our students to participate in. So there's going to be lead writers from Pixar there to lead a workshop on writing, creative writing. There'll be magic workshops, robotics labs, science demonstrations. Not on there, I think, is a backstage experience with aerial arts in Kansas City. And there's a opening ceremony and a closing ceremony. As I mentioned, we've never been to Globals before. We heard it's just a phenomenal experience, and we're just really pumped. So we'll close with actually just having the kids share a little bit about what they built this year and their experience.
Okay, so the DI tacklers are going to go first. So you can stand up. This is the Longfellow team. All right, so Emily's and Sage.
So we had a pinball challenge for both of our teams, and our team for building and designing our pinball system. For our first module, we made a blue ramp that we decorated with sea creatures and seaweed or anything that you would find underwater. So then the ball goes down there, and we have this piece of wood that stops it from going all the way through until we want to release it. And then after that, the ball rolls into a pulley system. And the pulley system, once it's in there, we can raise it up, and then the ball drops into a cardboard box that has a hole in the middle. So if it doesn't go down, we have little propellers or things that will make it go down and go into the hole. And then there's a circuit at the bottom of there, which the ball presses and the music goes on. So our story is about a seahorse named Babby, whose gem that powers its water park goes missing, and a crab named Bobby steals it. And when the ramp goes down, it hits a thing that releases the gem to help with our story. And the seahorse goes through a series of events and meets a narwhal and a dragoncorn. And then she ends up getting the gem and returning it to the store. Something I like about DI is we get to create what we think of. What I like about DI is that it's all dependent on the kids and that we all get to make all the decisions on what we do.
Something that I really liked about DI was designing costumes and getting to be very creative.
I'm Elise, and we made a 4-foot by 6-foot pinball machine completely on our own without adult interference. And that's what it's called. And we had 3 modules to go with it, and it was a jackpot that made noise when it fell in, bumpers that the ball would bounce off, and a launcher. And we made these things through lots of trial and error, lots of many hours of parking.
So the base of it was just wood, and we got to use all sorts of like power tools and learn how to use all these different things. We got some people gave us some tips, and then we decided how we wanted to do it, and we got to do it all on our own. We used like a bunch of saws, and we cut things and screw things and drill things, and it was all really fun to do, and we had a lot of fun.
We also went to Ace Hardware and Poncha Lumber a lot to get all of our wood. And what I like about DI is that you get to hang out with your friends and make good memories.
So our story is about there's a very small child. It's at the grandma's house. Small child trips down a flight of stairs and gets sucked into the pinball machine. And in that machine, there's different elementals, which are like not very nice and trying to kill the small child. So the hero in this story, played by this one, is also tripping down the stairs and getting sucked into the machine, and helps Timbo defeat the elementals and escape the machine before Timbo can get hurt. And then Grandma gives everyone some cookies.
So I like DI because I get to hang out with all my friends. We, like Chris said, get to do fun things and make good memories. I mean, again, we use a lot of fun power tools, but that's something I do enjoy. DI is just something that we most kids should be into. I like DI.
So we're going to close by saying thank you for supporting these kiddos. Everyone, I think, is super excited to go next week. And echo what he said, as we've been fundraising, we've had huge support from the community and an interest in growing destination imagination as business owners. Random people say, how can we make this part of your curriculum? I, in particular, at Longfellow, have had oodles of parents telling me, I can't wait for my kid to participate next year, which obviously I'm just one person, we're volunteers, so I would love to be a part of any sort of discussions and brainstorming on ways we could expand this within the district. Anyway,
We are aware of other schools and school districts that have integrated this as part of their curriculum, so we'd be happy to make those connections and talk a little bit more about that during this.
Yeah, so I think Dr. Blackburn has our contact information, and we'd be happy to meet or during any sort of meetings where we might be able to brainstorm or discuss this further. But we just want to say thank you and thanks for the time.
Thank you guys for coming on board.
I just have one thing to say. My son was in DI, and I just want to give a plug to the parents and to you guys, because the kids absolutely do the work, but there is a lot of stuff that the organizers do, and a lot of driving that the parents do. So good job for those things.
Okay, thank you guys and good luck. Have fun.
Report back.
We have a hat. Somebody left a hat.
One of my baseball players.
Watch your
We have a hat. Hat down. Watch the court.
Back court.
Good job.
There we go.
And then while we have moving, if other people would like to be more comfortable, this is a good time to rearrange all the humans in a way that's most conducive to the space we have tonight. And then maybe we'll let Will out of the corner.
He's better there.
Stacy, did you have one? Okay. I have 4 of them. I don't know if I have any others that filled one out, but do you see any more, Kim? Public comments?
I don't have any, and I don't see any.
Okay. All right. As per usual, please sign in. If there's a public comment card I'm missing, please give it over to me. Call to order. We shift things around. Start off with board member comments. Okay. Turn mics on wherever they're at and go.
I just wanted to give a shout out to our SRO Bree Tucker, who won the Regional Exceptional Service Award, which seems like kind of a big deal. She'll go out of state to get an award at NASRO's National Conference. So shout out Bree.
Anything else? I have a few things, random ones. First, I would have said it last month had I known, but Sheila basically told me after the meeting she's not coming anymore to the meetings, which is fine. But a year or so ago, we put this transition plan in place for Sheila to exit and Aaron to come on, and it's been very beneficial for us to dig in deeper, have the time, two business managers coming through, but also just a big appreciation and thanks to Sheila for her service to the district and years that she was here and managing the monies. And, wasn't the cleanest in the transition when she got here because we had a rough year, but she kind of stabilized things and got us to a good point. And her idea to how she could back out of the system really allowed us to transition and not be scrambling, and had a really good, successful way to train a new one. So thank you to Sheila. She may come back, but I doubt it. So to any meeting. And then my two other pieces are CMC related. I just stole this from the paper, and this is like their congratulations class of 2024. Whether you want to call it was a paper thing or if it was an ad, I don't know. But I do know that they talk about Salida students. I don't know how many got their college degree or certificate of some standing before they get their high school diploma, but big deal. I think from one that was here when we brought CMC into the district, they are fulfilling all the components that I ever dreamed of in a much sooner fashion, and also along those lines for CMC. Just congratulations, and thankful that Matt Gianeschi is being moved from his COO position to president and CEO position, as Carrie is retiring officially. So I think that transition will help or be done in August, September. But from the Salida end of things, I couldn't be more thrilled that we have somebody that's stable and has been around, and we all know because he's been here so many times to kind of lead that role. So that's it for me. Written messages to the board. We got the one from Deb. We got a week or so ago, so we'll move into public comments. I'll just go with the start here, and Darcy Harris.
You don't have to hold it.
I can sit right here. This will be our official public comment space. Should you also want to not awkwardly stand? Hi, I just wanted to take a minute, particularly because I'm leaving, but this was already in my plans anyway, to celebrate the work of the Mentor Grant this year. But also first, thank you to CBT and all the work you're going to be presenting tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you to the board and admin for supporting me over the years. I appreciate all of those things. As my role has ebbed and flowed and you guys have played along, I've appreciated that. The Mentor Impact Grant, just for perspective, it's 45 teachers who've been part of mentoring relationships this year. So not quite half of our staff, but creeping up there pretty fast. And I have been measuring, and I will share at the end of quarter four the impact data for the whole year. But every quarter I've been asking them to complete the same survey so I could see over time how it was changing. I'm not going to read all of the information, but just I'll pull out one or two. So for example, at the end of quarter three, 100% of the mentors and mentees reported enjoying their mentoring conversations. So I think that in itself is awesome. That's under one of the 4 categories that we focused on, which was cultivating a sense of belonging. Another category was cultivating self-awareness to increase feelings of efficacy. 98% of the teachers, and full disclosure, 45 impacted. I have consistently 30 to 35 responding to the survey. So pretty good for a survey, honestly. So 98% of those who've responded said they're leaving with a better understanding of their professional strengths and areas for growth. This one was one that I'm really excited about, which is that at the end of quarter three, 88%. And again, mentors and mentees both are responding to this. So this is also the impact on our veteran staff. 88% report that they can bring a success to a mentoring conversation and unpack what went well to know how to replicate it. And the fourth area is to impact student growth through effective instructional practices. And at the end of quarter three, 85% of them reported that their students are mastering more content as a result of their mentoring conversations. So pretty awesome for, in my very unhumble opinion, for year one of implementation. So super excited to see how this can grow. Other aspect of the grant was the mentor development program. I do want to specifically just say the 12
teachers who volunteered to attend 30 hours or more, and again, devoted those 4 areas I just named: Brady Hines, Wendy Zeckman, Kate Herrick Madden, Samantha Bond, Courtney Miller, Kate Clark, Josh Bechtel, Janae Martinez, April Holdinghouse, Beth Smith, Mandy Austin, and Shannon Payne. It's pretty awesome that, we didn't remember we were getting this grant until basically school started, and they still raised their hand in the midst of school starting and said, yeah, I'll try it. And so I really appreciate that. We had a lot of fun. And then the third expected outcome of the grant, which has been achieved, is that we have a CDE approved induction program to complete in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Lamont.
Okay, that's what happens. You get old.
Hit the button.
Yeah, you gotta hit the button.
It's on.
It's on. Set me up. Set me up here, Corey. You set me up. Yeah. I'm Michael Lamont. I teach at the middle school. Thank you for letting us speak. First, more than half of you, I've had your kids, and it's been amazing experiences. I've coached them. I've taught them. I have more coming. And I want you to know how grateful I am to be in this district. And I hope you know why I'm on the CBT. And I want to start there because I feel like so much of the last 2 years, we've kind of fallen into the trap of if you're not for us, you're against us. And I would love to see us move past that. And I'm not sure how, but I think it's conversations like these that are going to start that process and move it forward. So I want to start off by saying that, I love your kids, right? That's why I'm here. And I want you to know when I'm on the team, it's because I want what's best for every single one. I have kids coming up here. And that's why I'm on that team to begin with. Looking at the process of the last year, we put in a ton of hours. And I know that there was some skepticism. There is still some skepticism, and I can appreciate that. I know there's a long history that predates me, and I can appreciate that. What I'm hoping you're going to see tonight is the result of efficiency, which is one of the biggest pieces that was perhaps missing or lacking a little bit for the last couple of years, and actual results. I'm hoping you're going to be satisfied with what the team has put together in conjunction with you all, in conjunction with the lawyers, in conjunction with the staff as well. I'm hoping that we're going to see those results come to fruition. Looking specifically at the sabbatical leave, I know that there's been some issues in the last couple of years about who gets it, who doesn't, is it equitable, and things like that. And again, I can appreciate all of that. But before we get rid of it, I'm hoping you can look at the policy that we've kind of tweaked and say, you know what, we can work with this. We've put in some guardrails that were requested. If the guardrails aren't sufficient, then what else can we do? But the idea of these kids here who are getting ready to go to globals, for your students, for my kids, we want the best teachers. The idea of the sabbatical is it's a renewal, it's a rejuvenation, right? So if we look at it like that, if our teachers are becoming renewed and rejuvenated and bringing back greater expertise, what greater message can we be sending to a staff, aside from maybe money, then we appreciate you. We want to give you the time. And yes, there is some salary, there's some benefits, but we want you to know we appreciate you. And the idea of coming back as a teacher, giving that service back, right? That's what we're doing. We are rejuvenating ourselves by becoming better teachers. I'm working on my master's. I got one class left. I'm a completely different teacher than I was 2 years ago because of that. And that's what we do as professionals. That's what we want as professionals. We want the best for them. We want the best for them. So that it's not the first time, it's not just the first time that we have two teams going to globals, but it's the first of many times. So as you look at the policies this evening, I hope you see the time, the sweat, the tears. I don't think there's too much blood that went into all those discussions. But again, it's not either or. It's not a binary piece. And I'm happy to continue this conversation with anybody at any time. So I appreciate your time. I look forward to what happens this evening. Thanks.
That was the 3-minute timer that I'm not hard stopping, but I didn't know what sound it would make, but that's a 3-minute, and yeah, so just so you know.
I heard the music coming out.
Yeah. So, Pam.
Hi, I'm Pam Surley. I'm the high school kitchen manager. I'm part of CBT. I just wanted to come say, first of all, thank you guys for everything. Last year when we got the email saying that we needed to make some changes to policy, it was a really scary thing for a lot of people, not just the CBT, but as staff. But I wanted to make sure you guys know we did hear you, and we took into consideration what you guys were asking at every meeting. We put in over 84 team hours working on these policies. That's not including the research we did individually. That's not including the straw groups or anything else that meeting here and there. It was a lot of work. I feel very proud of the policies we have put in place now, like the sabbatical, the leave. The PTO is a big one, and I've got a lot of comments from staff over the last couple of days, especially asking more information about it, and they're really excited. So I really hope that makes a difference for you guys. But yeah, I feel like we, as a team, we learned this year to work better together. Some of the policies were really easy to finalize and get through and have everybody thumbs up, which is a big thing. And it was really great to see everybody work as a team for the entire staff. And that was very beneficial this year.
And Janae.
Hi, I'm Janae Martinez, and I teach fourth grade, and I am a member of the CBT team. This is my first year on CBT, so it's been a huge learning process for me, but it has been great. I want to start by thanking you guys for listening to what I feel like were some of our successes this year. I feel like we have a lot of successes to celebrate with the CBT process, with our communication with staff, and our overall effectiveness this year. Our communication with staff, we've made really good efforts to communicate with people through email, during our regular staff meetings, through individual meetings with people who have came to us and expressed wants, needs, concerns that they have, through stand-up meetings when we've found that multiple people have those same thoughts or feelings. We've sent out surveys to staff to collect data and to collect information so that we can use that information to guide our decisions. We've also done new and improved CBT meeting minutes and shared messages out to people. We got feedback from staff that our previous messages were pretty vague and they were having a hard time understanding exactly what we were doing. So we worked hard as a team to adjust those and give more substantial information so people were understanding better what we were doing so they could come to us with questions. I feel like the policies that we've been working on were very thoughtfully crafted. I feel like we had lots of discussion, we had lots of perspective sharing, we used evaluation of staff wants and needs, and through that we considered the equity for all staff and any long-term effects or unintended consequences that these changes in our policies might have. I feel like we worked within the parameters we were given from you guys as the board. I feel like we used data from the staff to help inform our decision making. We communicated with the business office and with Erin a ton about any financial impacts these policy changes could have. We researched policies from other districts to help guide us, and we used the legal recommendations from both the district's legal team and CEA's legal team. I feel like the team was very thoughtful, reflective, flexible, and collaborative during all of these processes. I felt like there were many times when some of us came in with a very strong stance or a position that we held, and we made lots of shifts after hearing the perspective of others and considering what others were thinking. And I feel like even David and Erin made big shifts in some of their thoughts and some of their positions during our meetings. We had lots of difficult decisions and difficult discussions, and through insights and seeing some of the flaws in things we brought to the table, we made adjustments. I want to also share that through our survey, we found that certified and classified staff find that the CB team and the process is very highly effective. From our survey, we had 91% of the certified staff reported that they found that we are representing their interests all or most of the time. And 74% of the classified staff reported the same, that we are representing their interests all or most of the time. We are thanked by staff constantly for our work, our time, and our commitment that we put into CBT. In regards to, I know the long-term leave policy has been a hot topic for us this year in our district. And I feel like we worked really hard this year to do some red lines with that. And we came up with our catastrophic leave policy. I want to share that this policy is vitally important to our staff. I've heard a lot of people express how important this policy is. I feel like we followed the board's parameters for making it only for medical necessities, and that it's not managed by the board anymore. Those decisions aren't made by the board. I feel like we created a clear process for the application and evaluation of that need for leave. I feel like the leave team that we created to evaluate the employee needs with those clear requirements is important. And I think we need to remember that this is not a financial liability to the district. It just really gives a person granted that leave the ability to get their FAMLI benefits if they're not disconnected. I just really think it's important that we support our staff when they're going through a difficult hardship. So thank you again for listening and for helping celebrate our successes this year.
Thank you all. Make sure the timer doesn't go off on me. Okay. So now looking to get an approval of the agenda with the following changes. Add to consent agenda item 3M, approve 24-25 capital project press safety vestibule expense of $10,000, which is in addition to grant support. Add to consent agenda item 3N, approve continuation of K&K Insurance as district recommendation for student insurance. And add action item 5E, approve resolution 2023-24-10, authorizing the use of a portion of beginning fund balance as authorized by Colorado statutes. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
All right, second. Sean. Any questions, comments, clarifiers? Okay, ready for a vote? You're good there. Sorry. No pressure.
Vote to approve the agenda with the following changes. Dr. Beckman Pettit.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hawes.
Aye.
Mrs. Pascal.
Aye.
Ms. Schiffman.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye. Okay, we already had our guest report, campus reports. Any questions for campus leaders, managers? Comments?
I mean, just a big thanks. All of the reports were really fun to read. It's fun to see everything that's gone on at the schools over the last month. You guys have been super busy. So I told Corey, I feel like they've had so many different events. And now there's lots of field trips and stuff. I know I've been really busy with a lot of end of year events with my kids. So yeah, so thanks to all of the staff and teachers for all of the things you guys have accomplished this year.
Okay. I'd imagine, yeah, it's always good to see the year-end celebrations. It's like, it's a long year, but we're almost there. We're almost there. So, district reports, David, Will.
I think we've got a busy night tonight, so I don't have too much that I want to get into unless people have some questions. And
One
then
thing, the celebration from the technology. From the technology side of things, the dark fiber project that was approved is going to kick off kind of Friday. We're going to start doing some line work. It won't impact anything in the buildings, but We talked about it all year long, and so it's here, and it's pretty exciting. And I did mention Josh's Safer grant, and that's, I don't want to say it's a given, but you look really good with the probability of getting that for the phone systems. He's great. He's on a knee brace that, that kind of locks him down, but he hobbles around pretty well. He's still young.
I would just add, I think I'm most excited this time of year. We got graduations, we've got market nights, you've got the field trips, you got the continuation services. All is so big, but it has been a good year for us in terms of coming from more of that pandemic place we were still all trying to get out of. It feels like it's so far behind us in the rearview mirror, which is really exciting, which took a lot of energy to do today's work, plus a little extra. Every staff member did a little extra, which allowed us to get the system kind of reset where we can really enjoy it. Kudos to principals and whoever you had on your hiring teams, and to Will. We have been able to fill our positions. I know Will's updated you his board report, but we are doing good. We're doing well. Got a couple positions that have opened up this last week, which is not uncommon as people are making their final decisions about what they need to do for their careers or life. That opens up those last openings, and we're in good shape. We've got candidates, and that puts us in a strong place. And I'm also excited because they're hiring people don't just that have the licenses and degrees, but people have experience, people that are very excited about what they're bringing to the table. So I think we have a good team we're bringing in, and we're in a great space on that. So I just want to appreciate it because you guys just see here's this person recommended. Every time you get a recommendation, that means the principal and whatever teams they were, the second grade team or the fifth grade team, it's normally going to be 8 to 10 hours of work, every single one of those recommendations for hiring. And so it is a big lift when we have a lot of hiring. So just want to compliment everybody on that piece. And then I don't know if there's any questions you guys would like me to get into. I think we've been busy. I'll comment later, but I do feel good about getting CBT. The vote did come ratified since we're beginning the meeting. I'll say that the staff did support that recommendation. And I'm also excited to have a master facility plan draft ready to go so we can start to get more comments on that. Aaron, anything else you want to add?
I don't have anything to add, but I just have an additional question on the agenda, Cam. It looks like in the rush to get this through, those appropriation resolutions on 5D and E, as you were saying the numbers, those are 23. You need to change the numbers on those?
No, because it's being passed
Okay.
now. So
Okay.
that's my resolution, not just my code.
Perfect. I thought I just copy and pasted. I was like, I think I screwed this up.
You know, that's my, the 24-25 fiscal year is the important.
Anybody have any questions or things you want me to dig into? I know we've got a lot of big packets this month. Yep. It was a good year. I'm excited for graduations.
Okay. Thank you, David, Will, Aaron. Thank you, everybody. As usual, you're welcome to stay with us all night if you'd like, but if not, have a good night and have a good rest of the school year. The 7 days left or something like that? 6 days? 6 days. Sorry, Will. Sorry. Corey's like, I got 5. I don't know what you're talking about. Every morning, that's a debate and drop off. It's like, well, I got 5 days. I got 6 days. Thank you all. Let the noise quiet down. We're still fully on YouTube, right? We're good?
Yeah. No, I got Jake.
Okay.
Somewhat monitoring.
Okay, so moving on to looking for approval of the consent agenda.
I'll motion for the consent agenda.
Thanks, Mandy.
Second. Second.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
All right. Joe, we're ready for vote. You look like you have a thought.
Ready for a vote?
All right. Dr. Breckenridge Pettit. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hobbs.
Aye.
Mrs. Pascal. Aye. Ms. Shipman. Aye. And Mr. Smith.
Aye. Okay, discussion items. Master facility plan draft. I don't know if David is going to talk about that more a little bit in this session, or if we're going straight to COP. Discussion item, master facility,
Yeah, master facility plan.
counter there.
There's counted a little cramped. Just in case anybody was curious, that counter's not going to move.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was on YouTube and I can just get replayed. Yeah, so master facility plan, we had that big conversation at the beginning of the meeting. Does anyone feel a need to get into that big picture stuff? Otherwise, I just want to comment for the community what the listening sessions are. Anything else you guys want to repeat from earlier? So then just that with the master facility plan, you have listening sessions for the staff Thursday night. That's a kind of a Zoom style opportunity. And also I'm offered coffee to anybody for the first 2 hours on Friday. And then for the community, we have Wednesday morning, 10:30 at Romeo's. And then Thursday evening, 5:30 at Mo Burrito. So obviously would enjoy anybody. On our website is the complete master facility plan is now available. There are walkthroughs available now. There's links for survey data to collect feedback. And that'll stay open all the way through till August. So the board's got that out there now, a draft. And we'll spend really the next 60 plus days listening to see what kind of changes. So this is the big picture, trying to look at that 5-year, 10-year kind of thinking. And we're excited. We'll be presenting also to staff at the county and the city, trying to make sure everybody in town can be really good at stepping into planning as we leave the pandemic further behind us. So excited to have that. And then that'll open us up as we can get that plan all in place. It'll open us up then to talk more about strategic planning on the programming side for more missional stuff. And so I'm excited about next year, hopefully getting more to those conversations. That being said, we've got the more minutiae we're doing right now. We have the last duplex is up for sale at Spartan Heights. We do have teachers or staff that have 2 that are interested in it. So we think one will definitely that. We had a private sale. Somebody was reselling one of the other duplexes that sold to a staff member. So it's exciting to see all that work continue to kind of benefit as we step away from that. The next piece on that will be to find a way to reinvest the asset sale of that quadplex to be able to pay for other assets. And so that's the next thing that we're working on. Joe and Karen, we've got some ideas. So the next 30, 45 days, June board meeting, you might see an action item around that if we can put it together. That one's much more difficult because you need to make sure that that goes to some other, probably a tax-based agency as well. We're not interested in putting those assets on the open market. If it went that direction, I think we'd have to come back to the board and say, hey, the best solution is to put it on the open market and then we look for top dollar or whatever the solution is, but that's not of interest really. So that's that piece. We are expecting the end of the week. We were hoping a little might happen earlier, but by the end of the week to see a counter offer to trying to secure the land for that 20-year, 15, 20 years out. We've gone to the county and said there's some land by the fairgrounds. So that is not using today's dollars to buy it. That is using our fee development as the strategy. And so we're expecting that contract back. We are in contract negotiations with Colorado Mountain College. So we're excited to hopefully have that contract soon for you. It could be in the June board meeting. There's an action item or at least a presentation and then an opportunity for it to sit out there for public comment. So we'll have to see how that kind of develops. It's a little interesting as staff are trying to help because you got 2 elected boards and trying to make sure that all the elected boards get all their different regulations met and those pieces. So we'll try and continue to navigate that, but I'm excited about those things. That brings us then to this facility. So this facility at Oak Street that we were able to secure in the pandemic, right? We were able then to get Boys and Girls Club settled into their building. We vacated that, which allowed Montessori to then move into the old Catholic church building and allowed them to grow, to keep dealing with growth in that sense, and allowed us also to grow the size of our program. And Market Night's a great example of how that program's doing a good job of stretching our students. And then the other piece is the last kind of phase of this, which would bring Horizons Exploratory Academy into this building, which does bring in operational savings over the long term. As we can have one building, one roof line, and some of those costs can be absorbed or we can expand into spaces, right? I'll give you a good example of where I'm like, oh gosh, I wish we were all in the same building. We are really struggling right now. The one position that's going to be a struggle is we have a half-time math position at HEA to try and get that curriculum rolling. A half-time math teacher is even harder than a full-time math teacher to secure. If you're under the same roof line, you open up different solution sets. Because right now, what Service and the other principals are doing is like, well, what if can one of your staff member travel to my building? And most staff, Service might be the only person that actually does that. And some of our SSPs, they do it as well. But it's a hard thing to move between buildings. So those are some examples, just so you're aware of that. So we've got annexation, right? We did the pre-annexation piece. We got through that. So now we've applied for annexation. That is at the city. We have our public meetings happening in July, effectively. I will send you probably an update. I'll send it through Joe and Karen, facilities committee, but that process is rolling forward of annexation that would bring this facility into the city corridor. I don't know what the right term is. And then that would allow us then to do the last phase, which is to take that the warehouse downstairs and cut that up into classrooms and get that all set and ready to go. So that's what we're talking about, is that HEA remodel. From that point, I'm gonna let Aaron take it from there, because the question is, how do you pay for it? So I want people to understand, while we're trying to reinvest assets to offset that cost, like selling that quadplex, you also have a cash flow problem, and that's what we're trying to solve. Because you want to make sure you have enough money to get the remodel and everything going, while you're also trying to move other assets around. So it's a cash flow question in a lot of ways. So Aaron, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, thanks. I think so. The page you have in front of you, the HEA financial strategy, this is kind of, I think Sheila presented you part of this last work session, and then we took it and kind of added to it as things came in this past month. The big question is, how do we start building, knowing that we can't sell the facility that the kids are currently in, and when we don't have a building to put them in the meantime. So that's a huge chunk of money that we're trying to put towards this building, as well as how do we, like David said, stack we've got about 4 assets we're trying to sell to pay for this. And so in the meantime, I think the best solution that we've kind of been able to come up with is we go for a COP for this property. And so the quote right now that they've sent us from Dieselin is about $2.6 million, and that does include the kitchen. That's in that number. Kind of the solution we've come up with is if we go for a COP, we can go to a bank placement, which allows us to get a call down date, so we can actually pay it back in 3 years. And so that's kind of one of the better solutions. Interest rates are a little higher, but you can't really do that in a public funded one, COP. So looking at that, we're looking at a 15-year. They're also getting us some quotes on a 20-year COP as well, but it'd be for $2.8 million. There's an $85,000 issuance cost that would be tacked onto that as well. Right now, the rates are about 5.09%. And so we'd be looking at a yearly payment of $279,000 with a total payment of about $4.2 million if we took it all the way to term over 15 years. I'll try to update those numbers if we get that 20-year quote in here soon, but this is what we got for now. And then again, this puts that 3-year call on that COP, so that the idea is we can get the COP so we can get the cash, so Dieselin can start building the facility. And then as we start to sell these assets like the quadplex, the duplex, Kesner, and the current HEA building, then we look at a way we can actually pay that off in 3 years, and we don't have to be in it for the full term. The only reason I'd really recommend to stay in it long term is if interest rates are sky high at that point and we can make more money off of the money in the bank than we could at that. We could just continue to pay the payments, but that can be something that a board in a couple of years can make a decision on. So nothing to think about yet. To get a COP, you have to put something up as collateral. So the current building is covering itself in collateral for our COP that's on this building. So to get the next one, they were asking what pieces would have to be put up for collateral. You try to go with as close to value as you can get it. So we spent a lot of time with Stifle and Kutak looking at options, and basically we've come up with, we could do one wing of the middle school. So you've got 5th and 6th grade, 7th and 8th grade, and then you've got the center section. If we do just like the 5th and 6th grade wing as collateral, that covers it, which is a very strange way of doing things, but they're willing to accept that. It's just one wing. So that would be put up as collateral. And then basically, as we get through Kesner, we're looking at a lease purchase with them. And I don't know if we have an answer from Matt Ginessi yet, but we were looking at potentially, this might be the contract that you're talking about next month, David. We're looking at trying to increase the rent to where it would cover both COPs here for the next 3 years until we got the full purchase price. So that way we're not getting any increase to our operational dollars. And then in the meantime, as we sell these assets, we'd be restricting those funds to pay this off for future asset development, basically, which is this building. So I think that's the bulk of it. I think the biggest piece is we have to maintain that HEA building currently unless we come up with a solution to sell it and rent back or something, because currently those kids have nowhere else to go. And so we have to keep that going while we're building. Also, another piece of this that ties into it is the reason the timeline is kind of pushing forward is, one, we want to start building, but two, if we push it back too far, then we have to do different permitting for the festival for the crest and the rest of HEA, which raises the cost. So we're trying to lump those things in together since it's all being done in one building. And I think just as we go forward, you'll see board action items of, as we sell assets, okay, can we put this in the Fund 43 to restrict it to pay off this debt once we get to that point. And then I just left some notes on here that the current COP that we have here is paid off in 2036. It's a very low interest rate. We're currently making more money by having our money in the bank and paying that off. So we're not currently a place where we're pursuing paying that off early. The high school bond is paid off in 2030 and the LES bond is 2033. And then on the back of your page here, you have just a timeline from Stifel, which is how we would actually go about getting this done by July 1st to be able to start building relatively soon. So the biggest thing that you can take from that is we're going to have some board action on the June 11th meeting, most likely, unless we get differing discussion tonight. But this is the biggest solution we have. I mean, we have these assets. We're not currently using them for students. And I think by kind of trading it, we can get this new facility that we can use for students. I shared last time, and I think it was even in the newspaper, but it wasn't in the main board meeting. So I think it's important to just understand that I've heard the comment that we're spending, $2.8 million, $3 million on 60 students. In reality, 700,000 is hoping to come from the current building they're in. So it's more like 2.1 million for 60 students, but it also creates a lot of, like David said, you're bringing both into one place. Yeah, it's going to consolidate things and make things a lot easier for some of our staff, including David. You didn't mention, but we do have one SPED person who is currently at both Crest and HEA and is traveling a bunch as well. And so that's a challenge. And so I think it's the best solution that we have right now to do it. There's a little bit of interest we're going to have to pay. There's the issuance cost we're going to have to pay, and then we can look at our best financial solution in a couple of years as we actually sell off all the assets and figure out what our best options are going forward. But I think it's a good solution. And going back to that point, so we're talking about 2.1 million for 60 kids. The high school, we paid a large sum for 400 kids, and it was the ratio is very different. You're not overpaying for these kids because that was also done 10 years ago. So 14 years ago, whatever it was exactly. But so you're not overpaying. This is about the cheapest solution that we have to get these kids a facility that's safer and more functional for their education. So.
Also consolidating.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Please.
On a 2D, one wing of the middle school being used as collateral.
Mm-hmm.
That does seem a little odd, doesn't it?
I mean, to me, yes. However, they were adamant that they do this pretty regularly because oftentimes school districts don't have buildings that are the exact same size as other areas. And so since there's a door that technically closes off that wing, they said this is a really common solution. So it's the recommendation from Stifel and Kutak at this point. So
Okay.
yeah, it feels odd to me, but at the same time, they said it's not abnormal. It's really common.
And we don't really have another option.
No, partially because a lot of our smaller assets, like the quadplex or things that we might try to look at, we're trying to sell to make this happen. So we can't really put those up for collateral. So looking at it, this is kind of the best one with the closest value. Also because the middle school was built a longer time ago, so the valuation of the middle school is lower than the valuation of the high school or Longfellow. So that's why we're trying to get as close to that 3 million basically as possible. So yeah, it does feel abnormal to me. To somebody, it's like I'm one wing of it. Like it's a bit strange.
Well, if they collected and somebody gets half of a middle school,
right, it's technically a third.
A third.
Yeah, because the middle isn't included.
Right.
Yeah. So don't know what they would do with that, but.
Anybody? Can I go? First, thank you, Joe, because I was very confused because we had the cart before the horse, and you were able to teach me over months' time how this is how we do it. So thank you for that. I have several things. So
Yeah.
firstly, one is just nomenclature. Maybe we call it the COP for Don't Go Nuts, COP1, and then COP for Horizons, etc., COP2, just for nomenclature, for clarity's sake. And I just really need to get on record to confirm that every asset that we're going to sell goes into this, what do you call this, fund?
Fund 43 is
Fund
what it'd be.
43, there it is, Fund 43, correct? Correct, okay, just making sure. I also want to make it publicly known for COP number 2, I would like to pay, we have to wait 3 years, but that's about how long it's going to take to get all these things. I want to put that money onto that debt. Philosophically, I'm a little nervous and uncomfortable about that.
Jody, can I make sure it's just clear? When you get those additional revenues, it has to come to the board to take action on. At that time, you'll take
We
the
get to vote.
action
Okay.
to put it and put the restrictions you want around that.
Right,
Those
whether
funds.
it's I'm on this board or the next person.
Right.
on this board.
It's got to come
My
to you.
guess.
It doesn't
Okay.
just flow through.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Right. I just want to make sure that has to come in for public
That's
action.
that's a public action.
Right.
Thank
But you know the philosophical recommendation is going to come every single time.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable because we're still negotiating with CMC about their agreement for Kesner. But we're also kind of planning for them to be able to cover number 1 and number 2. So this is a cart that is still before the horse. I just want to just express my discomfort on that. That money makes me nervous. And then 5, lump those permits together, please. All of those things, like the vestibule. And then I am more comfortable as a board member selling the old Horizons, the original old mid-century superintendent administrative building to another agency, not a developer. Keeping it within, making our community better. Thank you.
And Jody, I can respond to just one of the
The
points.
cart and horse?
Yeah, one of the points that you mentioned there is, I don't believe, and David, you can speak to this, I don't believe either way the lease with Kesner would go down in value. I think we're looking at potentially even going up to cover both COPs. One other solution that you do have is you are currently transferring interest income every year into Fund 43. And next year, unless interest rates go crazy, which that's not like a guarantee, but at least for the very short term, we'd have enough to cover a chunk of this first year with our interest that we're making off of the changes recently. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's
Okay.
not restricted to any building or anything. You're currently just restricting it to Fund 43.
43.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that helps.
What's the COP monthly payment on this building?
Yes, it's
15 and then
15,000.
So we'd
Yeah,
be looking at 15 plus the 279,610 every month. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it's about $40,000 monthly. And we're seeing if
No, it's not 279 monthly.
you got
That's
one monthly
$279
payment and one
yearly.
annual in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do a $40,000 a month payment, and then we're trying to make it so that's a good deal for CMC because then they can credit the majority of that payment towards their lease purchase price. So our cash flow problem gets resolved, and they get credit for everything they're investing in that. And
So we're
hoping
not
that
asking them to pay a bunch more money that they're just losing out on. They're getting the credit on the back.
That's what we're trying to do. And so we're hopeful to see a counter offer here in the next few weeks. We had a lot, everyone's trying to close up shop, so there's a lot of busyness. So we expect to get more done here in June. I know their board met and had some conversations, but I haven't had a chance to catch up with Mr. G and as she did.
I mean, that makes more sense. I just felt like it felt kind of bold to just say that we're asking them to cover both COP payments, but that's a much better explanation.
And I don't know, I want to talk to them and say, how is this going? If it works for you guys, and if it's a win-win, that's what we're trying to figure out. Then everybody wins.
Yeah, I think from the COP placement piece, that bid, we'll be seeing them, bidding on them often. Kind of turns into like, here's the ask, and fill out your bid sheet, so to speak, and for these variety of options. So like we should be able to get a pretty robust, hey, here's, the 5 banks that bid, here are their bids, to be able to select one that best fits our needs. Yeah. And that may turn into a conversation where CMC says, we're not comfortable at 40,000, we're comfortable at 30. And we said, well, okay, so for our cash flow needs, we may want to do a 20-year versus a 15-year. Just kind of play with numbers.
So the key thing, we want to make sure to present this publicly, so if you guys can listen, whatever else, and if you have questions, you want to see that timeline of how we're trying to work things. Because I don't want your questions to come in so late that they get behind where the workers are at. So that's why that timeline's kind of there. But I'd say in the next 2 weeks, if you're like, hey, I have a concern about this, I have a question about this, I want to understand this better, the next 2-3 weeks are going to be key moments to ask those questions. And we'll track down the answers. In the meantime, the lawyers and the bankers, they'll all be trying to put together the best thing, because we would like to bring it back in the June 11th meeting and ask that you would vote on that piece. At that time, you'd see all the back paperwork, and then you'd be able to hopefully have the other answers to these other questions so you can make a really good decision.
Aaron, do you know roughly kind of where we're sitting with Fund 43? Because I know we should have some of these dollars from the system development fees, whatever the impact fees we hope we can use for the county land is in there, plus this interest.
Yeah, so I mean, I think you started with the impact fees last year, transferring them, as well as interest you started this year. So we haven't transferred it yet. But just looking at it the other day, because it's 75% of the total interest, I think it's going to be close to about 150,000 by the time we get to the end of the year. We'll actually earn way more over the next 2 months than we have, because all of our tax payments are coming in. So it's hard to guess for sure, but that gets us close. So in terms of the whole Fund 43, it's going to go up by a lot, because typically what we do is we transfer at the end of the year. So all of the cap projects have been paid out of the balance that was in there to start the year, and then we transfer all of the Fund 10, like all of those cap projects that we paid this year, which is like 1.1 million total, gets transferred in, plus all the transfers on June 30th. And so you're looking, I think our total balance in there right now is like 800,000. And then once we transfer in like the 1.6, 1.7, you're going to be close to about 2.5 in there. And much of that is restricted to different buildings and things like that. But that's your total.
For the June meeting, it'd be nice to have here's the amount we think, because we may not know fully yet. But it's kind of been that unrestricted, restricted.
Yeah,
not to the buildings, not to the capital.
Yeah, in terms of those two pieces, I think are the real ones, the interest and the fees in lieu. I can get that for you for sure.
Yeah, and I would say, and David and I talked a little bit about this. I know there's that timeline for construction, and blowing past everything we really had hoped for and realistic expectations. But if we're talking about the vestibule for the start of the school year and everything else, I think it'd be appropriate to give David some indication of how we're feeling about this. So, Deesland should be applying for permits soon if they want to actually start work anytime in July. It's going to take a while. So doing the vestibule and everything all at once may be the most appropriate way to proceed, so that we don't have like a 6-week lag when we tell them go.
So what I would do is if tonight I'm hearing everybody, yeah, David, put it on the June 11th meeting, we'll be willing to vote for that. I feel like the due diligence has been done and the concepts are all there. So we just want the details to execute, and I'll probably tell BSI we can start on permit work.
Are you going to be able to finalize the discussions with CMC prior to the June meeting?
That is my hopes. Yeah, or at least have a place where we can, because that might be one where we need to put it out for some public comment, and let it sit for a little bit and make sure we're listening before the action's taken. There might be some need for that. But I think we should have all the information. That's my hope. So in 2 weeks, reach back to me, or let Joe push on me if we haven't heard anything back from them, and I'll push on to them. Trying to be sensitive to everyone's graduations, but also on their transitions. But I think that we can definitely meet that.
So it is not my desire to sell assets to pay the debt and all the things, the principal and interest payments, so to speak. But it may be a stopgap measure. I'm sure we can work with CMC and our partners. It's good for both of us. So hopefully we can come to some sort of conclusion that benefits all.
I just wanted to hear from my peers, COP1 for this building, it's at 2.5% interest rate. When you make more in our accounts, interest, would you guys, are you guys comfortable with paying that over time, not early, or would you like to pay that off early? I just kind of wanted to see where you guys stood.
I like paying things off.
Me too, so I'm trying to be.
I think we will very easily be able to see when that flips and where it doesn't make sense that we're earning 3.5, paying 2.5. It kind of makes sense to just keep that 1% margin, say those are the numbers.
Okay.
And we'll be able to say, hey, we're now earning 2.5 and paying 2.5, just pay it off.
Okay,
That's
that's a good decision-making process, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. I definitely am okay holding loans if they're at low interest and we're making more money not paying them off early.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And then finding that,
As long as
in the
there's,
repose,
as long as
basically.
there's money in the recurring monthly budget to make those payments, right? Like if we ended up with a big surplus with nothing to do with it.
That'll happen.
Amazing. Yeah, so I mean, I think we can just evaluate it as it comes, but I agree with Joe that, okay, it's not a huge concern.
Yeah, philosophically pay off sooner. However, if it's actually more profitable not to. Wait.
I mean, I'm okay carrying loans if you're making more money elsewhere. It's just a cash flow equation to me.
And you guys will know when that happens?
Yeah, I mean, currently we have just our checking accounts, not counting our CSAFE, which is always going to be more. We have a 3.5% interest rate and a floor of 2.5% based upon the Fed. And so I'll know long in advance before we're to a point where we're inverse on that.
I think as board members, I think the audit, when you get that October, November, whenever it shows up there, it's always a good time to review that question and ask yourself that question of how are these various bonds, if we, they're all refinanced very, very well right now. So we're in good shape, but that's a good time to always re-ask that question and always be able to ask the auditors. It's not just us you're asking.
And I know you got to manage various different monies in different accounts, but we could probably put most of this money in CSAFE. I mean, it's pretty easy to access, so we can earn that. I'm sure they're in the fives. I'm sure.
Yeah, we do most of our interest is in CSAFE. Every month we keep everything in there. Our biggest cost is payroll, and so we transfer that big chunk once a month, basically. Almost all of it's kept in CSAFE. But that being said, our checking accounts doing the bank recs, we're making good money on that right now compared to what we were just by keeping, balances in there to continue operating.
So CSAFE is one of our bank accounts, main one that uses a government funding agency. So that's that, and we use our local banks for more short-term stuff. I think the key thing when we're doing all this is how do you make these decisions so that it's cash flow neutral, right? So that you're using these things to pay the cash flow versus staying out of the operating fund $10 as much as you possibly can. That's what we're trying to do. Getting creative and thoughtful and intentional and looking long-term to say, let's, as much as possible, not always possible, as much as possible, stay out of that Fund 10 operating dollars because that frees us up to spend those dollars on programs and people in that sense.
And can I just say one more thing too? Because you're talking about cash flow. I think this is where it's tricky, right? Because we currently get a 0 interest loan from the state. Don't know how long that's going to last. And so I think there's also value in saying we're restricting these funds, and this buys us 3 years to where we actually have some cash flow in our Fund 43 that we can then turn to if anything were to happen. I mean, I don't know what to think of the state, but I don't like the fact that they're suddenly needing a lot more money to give to schools to get them through their cash flow, and I don't think they have a solution for that yet. So I'm counting on it because they're saying it's there next year and we're going to need it. But I would like to find a way to not have to have that solution forever.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So no problems. We'll bring in June 11th for a decision.
No, hopefully we have maybe not a final, but better indications from all these things that we're working on because there is movement. So, discussions happening. Okay. You got all you needed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We good? We need a quick break? Jen's saying quick break, so We'll give it 5 minutes. Start back with action items 7:20. I don't intend to. All right, we're back, and we're going to get going into action after we missed a component of the discussion item that we should have had regarding HEA costs. We kind of glossed over the component of kitchen, and I know there's some thought process around. We've never really said yay or nay to kitchen and all the components. So, Jody, Mandy, both of you had a few thoughts to share.
I mean, I know we've kind of thrown that around with the concern of we have a full kitchen, we start doing meals here, that's more staff. There's the cost of that. And then additionally, you had mentioned potentially you thought we could get loans, or not loans, grants for the kitchen. So I guess my thought is if there's ever a potential for grants, like with that Crest vestibule, that's working out really great to get that grant for that. So I would kind of be in favor of, plumb everything, get everything there that we need, so we're not going back and tearing stuff up and redoing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So get the footprint, but I wouldn't necessarily be a fan of paying for the full kitchen now if we think we could get a grant for it later.
Okay.
If our kitchen staff feels like the solutions of bringing meals over are satisfactory.
I represent kitchen staff. They would love to see an additional kitchen so that that load is more shared in that way. And everyone realizes that you open that up and you're going to have to figure out how to staff that. So there's an additional staff or you're pulling staff away from current kitchens. But I hear you loud and clear that maybe take a deep breath before we jump into that piece.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like worth an analysis of, we've had a hard time staffing current kitchens. Can we really staff another kitchen? What the total cost of that staffing would be.
Yeah.
And then what sort of money with grants we think we could get.
Yeah, what the timeline would be.
Okay. I know that we wouldn't be able to pull that off in the next 6 months in terms of grants or something else. So that would push you off if you were looking for that funding to go through.
You're saying push off for the building?
What's that now? No, for the kitchen.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
so
we
it's
could
grant.
start construction.
Correct.
Without
But you were
this
asking
piece
for grant
resolved.
dollars. I know there's no grants that we're in pursuit of right now. around
But we
that.
could still start construction, do all the basic things we need to do in the kitchen.
Yes.
And maybe make some of those decisions down the road.
Yep. Put on all your traps in and all your water lines and gas lines that can be put in.
I mean, there's no scenario.
That would be
where
my
we
vote.
do that.
There is no scenario right now that we would really stub all that in. This would just be whether or not you take the next thing and finish the design and buy all that equipment.
My comment is aspirational. I know that CNC has other campuses that have the culinary program, and perhaps they could expand when we can catch up with them. And if we could have a small culinary program, and you could transfer after your sophomore year to Horizons, and that would be a part of their campus to do that. Former boss over there, I really value when I'm subbing at Horizons, the bento boxes. I see the kids eating those, and then they bit the chunks out, and then you rewash them and you bring it back. I need to remind myself that these are alternative schools, and you choose to come to an alternative middle school, and so the line isn't necessary. They could model what Horizons does, or Crest originally had no lunch program, and you just brought your lunch. That was part of the deal. What I'm concerned about is the best way to use staff and adding staff that are classroom teachers.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Right now, what I want to be clear is the COP would cover that. We want to make sure we have a line of credit that does everything. At this time, we would not be looking to implement the full kitchen on the construction side. So it would be stubbed in. One of the big questions we were trying to figure out is the hood. At what time, because that's one of the most expensive parts. At what time does that need to be purchased and put in? And that's a question we're still trying to track down right now. So that's the kind of the swing thing, but we would not be opening with that as a full operational kitchen. We would get settled into the building right now, is the intent. And then we would solve the problem. What's that final stage of design? When we can see clear, because there's enough, the dust is settled and we can see clear how operational dollars might be impacted by that choice.
David, I think too, I can represent Sheila. I mean, Sheila has a strong recommendation that you put in the kitchen. She's been the one doing a lot of the legwork on some of the COP, and I want to make sure I represent that because she's been putting that in, and she really believes you should be looking to put in that kitchen. For me personally, I'm in terms of the total dollar amount, which is more what I'm looking at currently. We're looking at borrowing the 2.8 as opposed to 2.6 because it's still a design build, and we need to have cash in there in case something unforeseen happens. So I think we could end up in a weird situation where we get near the end. We recognize that a lot of those things aren't going to come to fruition. The question is actually going to be, are we borrowing money for cash flow or are we borrowing money for a kitchen? And those might be things that you're looking at that point. So it might be something to consider as we get closer to that point. But I'm hearing that too. Currently, we're not planning on the kitchen necessarily going in. But.
Appreciate your insight on the issue.
Yes.
You got nothing? No, I think that kitchen debate's always been there, and I agree that let's do all the things that will not cause us to have to go back in and do rework, but which may include the hood, but not necessarily feel like we need to fully equip and fully prepare to open whenever we get that done with a full kitchen operating. So, which sounds like that's the plan.
And I just want to also name, because you'll see in the budget as we get to that here in a bit, we are still looking at the free food for all program, participating in that. It still, for me, has operational dollar questions around it. It's another piece I'd like to see settle down before we step into operational staffing questions. I want to see how that settles out, because that could also impact our kitchen capacities, because many school districts are finding that hard. And so we just want to be thoughtful about that piece.
Okay. Back to action items. Looks like we do not have any second readings. So looking for an approval on the ratified recommendations from CBT regarding leave policies. And we put that thing first? Oh. Looking for a motion.
So
Yeah.
Second.
Jen. I'm sure there's plenty of comments and thoughts. I'll open it up, and if I need to go first, I can. But open it up to any questions, comments, debate, whatever you want to say.
This is about specific policies.
So this would be to approve the ratified recommendation that was sent out to staff. So David, maybe some clarity from you would help.
Sure. At this point, want to be clear, you had 107 staff respond. So that's about half of your staff respond today, and 97% of those, or 104, did support the team's project and their recommendation. And so there's also, and I sent you email with all the comments if you're interested in seeing the comments, but a pretty clear support of that. Not a lot of deep questions or concerns. I'm sure 1 or 3 people have some concerns, but as a generalization, there's not any concerns of that piece.
Can I just, did that recommendation include the policies and the MOU and that financial piece of if money comes in?
Mhm.
It was all 3 of those things?
2 of the 3. So your MOU, which is essential because that ties to changing the PTO, buying out of your old policy into your new league policy. So that is a yes, MOU, and then all of the policies.
So just not that other financial piece?
Not the other financial piece. That would be, that's an intent statement that I've worked out with them it's just at my level at this point. And then in the fall, Aaron has the final say once he goes through a process with them to determine, is there new money? How much is that piece? And then we would have to go through whatever conversations need to, and then that would come to you for a vote at that time, probably in your amended budget.
And can I just ask, was the staff just sent the same email as us with that document of all the policies?
Mm-hmm.
Like just here's all the policies, or was there some sort of video? Like,
oh, gotcha.
I just want to know what the staff was presented exactly.
Yeah, I can tell you what I think because I did the presentation, so I'll try and say what I think was presented. And I'm passing around the list of policies in that format that a lot of people seem to resonate with, just on that note catcher of mine. Because because it has a number, 1, 2 through 30 something of the policies. So we sent out here, I printed them all off, copied them, so it was one document, sent all those policies out. I then made a video walkthrough to try and explain each of those policies, what the high level pieces were. Yep, and I shared that one with you guys as well. And I know that different people on CBT made presentations of their own with their different staff, right? So I know that happened and people shared and tried to answer questions. So I kind of made that generic one. And then also after school yesterday, we had a all staff available meeting and people came to us. We presented, people were able to ask their questions at that time. Since then, I know Aaron's office has been answering questions for some people, particularly people who are more deeply invested in the old system. Those are the people who have some of the biggest questions of how does this work out for me individually? Because it's technically difficult to try to understand. So that's what we presented. And I know that people had lots of opportunities to ask questions about that sense. I'm just going to pause. Is that a fair statement? All right. So I just want to be clear. So what I passed around was just a way for us to manage what might be complicated. So you've got this no catcher, and I labeled at one point trying to show relationships, the pink policies, which would be 1 through 6. I'm going to slow down and just kind of for the record, make sure it's clear what the recommendation is. So staff fringe benefits and the regulation policy, so G, BBD, those I have been redlined and are ready to go. 3 and 4, 3 is GCL-N, the teaching load. That was a big conversation, trying to clarify some areas around what exactly are, I'll say certified staff, because that would include your SSPs, but it's more in the teaching load language. So that's there, your non-teaching duties. That's a big reorganization and clarification. And that's the essential one that says we're not going to compensate people who do extra with extra time. We'll only compensate with extra money. So that was an essential one. And then number 5, GDBC. That one's pretty straightforward, but a few clarifications. Then number 6 would be repealed. So number 6 is GDBD-N, because what we have is more than one definition of how you earn benefits. I'm proud of this because what this means now is if you're an employee, everybody earns benefits the same way. There's not a differential there. Obviously, on compensation, there's differences between people who have degrees and training and experience, but for benefits that are given, they're given with equality and clarity now. So I'm proud of that work, and I think that it's good. I would highly recommend you would approve all that. The green ones are more about directly leave. So you moved into having a PTO policy, which would mean your sick leave and your personal leave would be repealed. The sick leave bank becomes the PTO bank, and that's suggested. So that would be number 9. I'm just circling that because I know some people might have some concerns about that if I've been listening. Personal leave, number 10, would be repealed. Short-term leave would be repealed because PTO really covers that. Number 12 is long-term leave. I know there's been some conversation about that. I appreciate some CBT members coming in just to say, here's some perspective on that. And it wasn't necessarily, I told them, hey, here's some ones that are of concern. So they specifically gave you feedback on those. Number 13 is sabbatical leave. You have that policy there. And you also heard feedback on that. Vacations is not negotiated, but there's a change and it's part of the storyline. So that's kind of on this list as well. Bereavement, which basically stays exactly the same. FMLA is in this list because it's related. You did in consent, you repealed number 17, the exhibits, because our lawyers wanted us to use the state forms, not localized forms. And number 18, we had the red line from the lawyer, which helped make it clearer and stronger that FMLA is concurrent and what the trigger is for when that starts. Pausing. Okay, so then you've got 19 through 29 is in that purple group. These are really these are significant reorganizations. So you would repeal GBABA 19, GBABAR1-N, number 20, GBABAR2N, number 21, GBABA-E, because there was good intent when we originally set this out to say, let's do this all the same, but we realized that there's such differences between exempt and non-exempt that we separated those out into the GCEs and GDEs. And then what became important then was 27, 28, and 29. Those three, GCBA-N, GCBA-R, now would be negotiated. GDBA, it would now be negotiated. So if you see those in red, that means we're adding them back into the negotiated side of the line, which I think is an important narrative to say it's going both ways now. I think that's positive. And any of there was some orphan statements. There's just some things were just put in weird places. Now it's an organized, so if you're a staff member trying to find a benefit line, you can actually find it. I think it's the best way to say that. I want to say GCBA-R-N, which is 28. That is the one that gives you placement when you're transferring in as a certified staff, SSP, or teacher, I think. And that is the one a lot of people have been discussing around, should we be hiring people with 7 years of experience or 15? That's in the opening paragraphs of that policy, but we don't have the funds today to invest in that. That is part of what Mandy was asking about with that tentative agreement, has that if those funds come in, that's kind of the order of operations or the order of priorities, how they set those up. Then the last ones are the blues. So I think this is important, right? We identified lots of policies, and then both the board and CBT said, hey, I don't know if those need to be done right now today. So we would then pick up these blue policies. They're not part of the recommendation to change right now, but then we would pick those back up in the springtime next year at some point in the process. But for right now, while we have red lines ready to go from kind of the board side of the conversation, those are not going to be voted on. So you're voting on those above 1 through 29 is really kind of what you're voting on, because it's a holistic, comprehensive change to our leave package. Thank you for letting me do background. Probably not everyone needed it, but I feel like that needed to be said in the record, so to speak, so it's clear. If you voted yes right at this very moment, then everything would be approved. So your MOU would be approved, and that's the payout structures from the old to the new system, and then all the red lines that have been recommended and ratified coming to you. So if you voted yes at this time, that's what you would be saying yes to. How'd I do?
I think good. Any other clarifiers from David? Jody, I saw you reaching.
Is this when we ask about specific policies, or?
So a few of you I know have expressed to me, you want some pulled out. Somebody would have to amend the motion and say, I would like to vote on these individually.
Do we discuss them first, or do we say that first?
You would amend the motion first. If the motion passes as amended, then you would go into a discussion about each of those as you amended the motion.
But there could also be just a generic discussion. I mean, there's both ways you can
I mean, I would love to make a motion that we pull some policies out so that we can vote on others and not vote on some. Made the first motion. Is that, am I saying?
You're saying it right. This is complicated, so we're doing Robert's Rules of Orders. All right.
Okay.
So just doing technical, we're not talking about any of the policies. Matt made the first motion, so Matt would have to amend the motion and say, I would like to vote on these 2, 3, 4 policies individually, and everything else would be voted on as a package. So if Matt is open to amending that motion, so Matt just needs to know what policies you would like him to pull out individually. And then he can say, yes, I'm okay with amending that. And then we have to see who the second person is and see if they would second it. So we're just on the technical side of life.
Yeah, and I would think that maybe some discussion and getting everybody to converse and then
That's
allowing
what I
that
would
to go would be
think
good. Yeah. So we can all kind of hear each other out.
It's a converse and then.
Am I now discussing a specific policy?
Discuss specific, discuss everything.
Whatever you want to
Let me know.
And I would just ask that you identify it on this tracker so everyone's right with you and what.
I would like to discuss, now I've lost it. Thanks, Mandy. I'm on the wrong page. Personally, I'd like to discuss number 12, catastrophic leaves of absence. The only thing I like less than a school board making decisions about a long-term leave is a staff member getting the medical information of their coworker and making a decision on their leave. So I'll just put that out there. Also, let's see, I would love some explanation on exactly how this leave ties into the family program. Because when I read the family website, it says most employees are eligible to receive up to 12 weeks of paid leave, which is awesome. But it also says it's meant to run concurrent with FMLA. So I would love some sort of explanation on how that is protecting the employee. Also, one other thing. I noticed that this leave policy says continuous employment by the district for 10 months. And when we look at family qualifications, it says 180 days of employment before you would qualify. So it seems like some people could potentially qualify for long-term leave, but not family, unless there's some kind of exception for our staff who wouldn't hit 180 days.
Until their fifth quarter.
Yeah, and so also, again, I will stress that I think it is too subjective to say an employee who wishes to return shall be returned to the same assignment whenever possible. What does that mean? Whenever possible, according to who? I think that should always be a principle determining who has a position in their school and who is the best person for that. I think this is too much ambiguity there. I think saving sick pay or other accrued time while out on a leave unpaid is not appropriate. Personal opinion. And I also think if this were to follow, say, FMLA criteria, it would not need a committee. There would not need to be a whole process where you're sharing personal information with me or you or anyone. The criteria for FMLA is pretty clear. An HR professional has the ability to make that decision based on that legal guidelines, the legal guidelines from the federal government. So that's where now long-term leave.
I support pulling that out.
Yeah.
Voting on that. Go ahead, Mandy.
Yeah, I mean, I have kind of some of the same concerns as Jen. I think my biggest concern when we were discussing as a board is, like Jen said, that the reason we didn't want this to be a board decision, leave to leave, was because of the ambiguity, the inequity, the risk of legal proceedings and discrimination. So I feel pretty strongly too that I don't like a committee being able to decide. Like my goal for the policy would be that the criteria is so clear that there is no committee needed, that it is strictly HR, you qualify, you don't qualify. I feel pretty uncomfortable with having any type of employee committees where they're, like Jen said, seeing each other's personal medical information, and then you have two employees and a member from the business office, and it's majority vote if the leave is granted. So I still feel like there could be potential for a lot of inequity and ambiguity with those decisions, because I do feel like the criteria, while it's a lot better than it was, isn't quite sufficient. And my biggest question was, the request shall be granted if it fits the following criteria. Does it have to fit all 5 of those things, or just one of those things? And what does documented hardship mean? I think that's a very ambiguous term for an employee to be in documented hardship. Is that financial? Is that health? Is that emotional, mental? So I think that needs a lot more clarification. And I think I would prefer to just literally cut and paste the FMLA qualifications from the federal website into the policy versus us making up our own criteria. And yeah, I mean, Jen already kind of mentioned it too, but just to echo that I agree, like, I think if there's still leave to be taken, like PTO, then the employee needs to use that PTO first. Yeah, PTO sick time.
Tell me where that line is, sorry, that last thing.
Says, it's in the second, well, there's like essentially the fourth paragraph, but those first two paragraphs are only one line. So an employee may participate in the district's health insurance program at their expense. The employee will retain any accrued leave but not be given any additional PTO. So I guess the question is, why are they retaining accrued leave? Like if we're getting to long-term leave, they should have already gone through all of their
Gotcha.
PTO time.
I'm clear now, thank you.
Yeah, but for me, the biggest thing is just the committee piece and the risk of, we didn't want the board to be making those decisions of potential inequity, and now we're kind of throwing it onto a committee of staff to be potentially making those decisions with inequity. So I do think it's a lot better than it was. I feel like there's been better things put in place. I like that we added the non-probationary and teachers coming back on their salary schedule, because I know that was really important to staff. But I just think it still sets us up for some challenges and some inequities.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't saying I don't want the board deciding it because I don't feel like deciding it. And I think someone else should be deciding it. I think it should be such a clear HR policy, just like no one's coming to board with an FMLA claim, right? Same thing to me.
Did our legal look at this policy, David? And what, if so, what feedback did they have?
Not this version, our legal did not. They looked at a different version of this piece. This is more what the staff had brought in the last, end of last week, that we pushed forward, where our legal is not going to review this exact word for word.
So that alone would be a reason for me to table that,
Okay.
because it doesn't have legal review.
Okay.
That was my concern.
Okay.
I don't want, I am open to a health leave policy. This is not the one, and so it's not time to vote. If we can, it's either a vote no, or it's, or we can table it. I don't know what our approach is, but I'm willing to be on that committee that works with writing it. Because those are my same concerns, but we haven't even had our lawyer look at this, because we're working fast. I understand that. And the whole reason for starting this was legal liability.
And to be clear, I don't want to be having this conversation in 6 months or a year. I would be happy to help in any way possible to help collaborate with something that makes sense, that allows employees to feel protected. Not that I feel like this is super protective, and that we can wrap up as soon as possible to have in place before there's another request.
Okay.
And David, I think what if that's the way we want to move forward, we as a state decided to have FAMLI, which is a partial payment for those 12 weeks. And they have some requirements and we don't know about it. Every single one of us who's employed pays a payroll tax for that. And are we duplicating what our federal government and our state government are doing? That's the research I challenge you with.
So I don't know Robert's rules. We'll have to figure that out here at the end, because I think there's more discussion, but I'm hearing a strong sense of tabling the long-term leave policy for vote tonight so that we can continue to work through this.
However, we still have this leave policy in place that we would have to just pinky promise to vote no on every time because to mitigate our legal liability, like we have for the last 3 requests over the last 2 academic years.
I mean, it has to be done, I would say, by the June meeting. Like, we have to have a good draft at the June meeting that we could all feel comfortable voting yes on, or I think potentially at that time we consider if we just don't have the policy. Like, if we can't have consensus by June, then I think maybe it's a no long-term leave policy.
I feel confident that we can.
I mean, you got a process issue though, because
Right,
it's a
negotiated policy.
negotiated policy.
Right.
Yeah, how does that?
And CBT doesn't meet in the summer, correct?
No,
It just can't keep going on.
Not correct. CBT doesn't even.
I think there's different
I would
ways that it
just
could
thought
be
you didn't
done,
want to.
process-wise, that, I mean, personally, I think you could repeal it and bring it back. I think there's ways to do things, I think from like a board perspective, if we had concerns about the process perspective, not towards the intent or to get rid of negotiation, but if we felt we needed to do that, we could say, well, this is not going to be negotiated anymore. So we could bring it back in a cleaner version, but
I do worry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, my personal take on this is we're spending an awful lot of time on a policy that rarely gets used.
I don't.
But it hasn't, but it still has such legal validity.
Well, I disagree. I think you've overstated the legal
Things we say
liability.
no.
I have the floor. I have the floor. I think the legal liability's been vastly overstated. Vast.
By our attorney.
By you, Jody, not our attorney.
We personally privilege.
Yes.
That's not true.
You said this district could get sued into bankruptcy because of that policy. That's not true. I've looked at other policies. They're horrible. I'm an attorney. I know what liability looks like.
Okay.
And I know what it takes to make a case.
Say-
To have a district go into bankruptcy over a
So I
case,
will-
it's not going to be one of these. I can
I
tell you.
will, okay. I still have my vote and I know what I want to do. And I
I
don't
hear,
like-
I hear
so
that.
Go ahead and retake the floor.
So I've looked at other policies from other districts, and when I make a decision, I try to base it on the bell curve, right? Where are we in the bell curve? A lot of districts have unpaid leave policies. Some are good, some are bad. Cheyenne Mountain has one. Telluride has one. Aspen has one. Steamboat Springs has one. Gunnison has one. Canyon City has one. I mean, a lot, it's more that I've looked at that have them than don't. Jody, you're shaking your head, but have you actually went and looked at other policies?
Well, I took the insight from our attorney who said it is the exception, not the rule. So
Well-
to me, that means less than 50%, 49%
Well,
or less.
I'm looking at, I'm
You
looking at districts I want to model our district off of. Most of the districts in the state, I don't want to look at. I'm looking at high-performing school districts. They have these policies. I'm looking at our neighbors. They have these
You have
policies.
a different lens than I do, and that's fair.
Well, I'm just saying, that's my model. I don't want to model myself off of poorly performing school districts. And we're a high-performing school district. I want to stay that way.
We are both in.
Alamosa has a one-sentence volunteer annual leave policy. So anyway, I'm okay with tabling it. I'm just trying to figure out a process of how we get there because it's a negotiated
Right, and I want to honor that.
policy, and I want it to remain. I don't think it's going to be done in a month. I don't think it needs to be done in a month. There's no urgency to getting this done in a month. Zero. Other than there's a personal preference that we've been discussing this a long time. But in terms of the operation of the school board and the school district, there's zero need to get this done within a month.
I firmly disagree. The hardship that this policy caused one individual, not just one individual, but the staff, the waves it cost. People lost sleep over this, including the members of this administration and this board. So I do believe there is a sense of urgency. I would argue that this was one of the most harmful, hurtful, emotional, struggling policies, and it's really high on my list for that. In addition to the legal liability, clarity creates calm seas. So we disagree in that, so maybe we table it. I want one, but I don't want this one.
But I don't know how we get the process when it's a negotiated policy is what I'm saying, and how you get it done in a month.
Right, and we can get creative. I don't know either.
yeah, I kind of see both sides here. I think the urgency from having potential requests and everything else is not as high, but to have a cleaned up policy when we all acknowledge that we don't think the policy is good, so cleaning that up sooner than later is preferred by me. If it's in June, fantastic. If it can't be done in June, it's going to still continue to be as soon as possible that this board wants to get that done.
Yeah, I don't feel like I heard from staff that not fixing this in a timely manner was awesome for anyone. I got a lot of feedback. Well, you could have fixed this in April. You could have fixed this in May. And granted, this is for people who don't understand what a negotiated policy is and what the process is, and that I can't just say, hey, this is a great policy, right? So a lot of that is maybe misinformation in the community. But I wouldn't want to be in a situation where this is repealed and brought back as something else, because I think that is scary for staff. Even though it's as is now, I could never vote yes on it personally, based on HR experience and what I heard from our attorney. So I'm not saying it has to be a firm date in my opinion, but again, I don't want it to be 6 months or a year and then someone applies and then we have this whole thing in our community again. I never want that to happen again. It's distracting us from the day-to-day work of our district. It's creating animosity. It's been a nightmare. And Matt, I'm glad maybe you weren't as exposed to that as some of us were, but this has been a giant distraction. And I can take it. Like, that's fine. That's the job. But it's not what I would like this to be. It's your job. It's not the way I enjoy rolling through our community.
So I have
topic. Sorry.
Can I do a devil's advocate question? I'm not necessarily advocating, but it would get done a lot faster and seamlessly if it was pulled out of negotiated, would it not?
Yeah, you'd have less people in the conversation, so that's always going to be more efficient.
Okay. So I know that some people probably wouldn't be a big fan of that, but nobody, I don't think in this room is a big fan of what we have going on at the moment. So that is at least one solution.
Yes.
So I would, like I said, I think there's going to be a few other conversations that we may consider tabling or others. I would say that we should table the long-term leave piece. One of the components of stripping out separate policies, to me, call it the integrity of the packet. I don't think the long-term leave being stripped out and tabled for another month to discuss again next month, potentially have a resolution in place or a plan in place, will take away from the integrity of the entire packet. So that would be my recommendation, that we table it until next month, and we can get through the Roberts Rules piece when we're done with the discussion. Unless there's any other comments about long-term leave.
If there's something tabled, the benefit of that strategy, the con is you're stretching out, so there's some sort of cognitive dissonance that cause, you don't get everything wrapped up nice and neat. There's a con. The pro of that is it gives me a chance to talk to some staff, talk to CBT members, talk to lawyers, try and come up with, here's a strategy, here's a timeline that ticks the legal boxes, ticks the capacity boxes, and come back with, here's how you could do it in this timeline, and give a recommendation for process solution. Because I think that's one of we're dealing with two different things here on one policy issue. What's the right policy and what's the right process? And if you tabled it, I can come back with process. I might even be able to come back with product, but I can definitely come back with process and do my very best to honor everybody in the system, get as much feedback, and get it in the best possible process for the most logical, cogent way of handling it. So there's a benefit to tabling it.
Also, I don't want to take away from all the other work that many people have done, and that when there's really good policy,
Yep.
I would like to see it wrapped up.
That's good. I appreciate both those statements. I'm glad. Thank you for saying.
So in regards to other policies or other discussion comments, because I don't think long-term leave was the only one, anything else to be said by folks?
I mean, I think with the sabbatical policy, my concern is similar, that it's going to a committee.
And that committee, just for clarification, that's number 13.
Yes, number 13. And I think the sabbatical is a little bit different because you're not dealing with the HR privacy issues of somebody's health. But I think it also still is a little bit subjective with having the committee. And I think with this one, if there was going to be a committee, I'm trying to find out where it says exactly.
The last bullet under process, maybe where you're looking?
Yeah, consisting of superintendent, one staff member, and one SCA representative. I guess in my mind, if we all agreed that a committee was the best way to deal with the sabbatical leave, I would feel pretty strongly that rather than having staff members approve this, that at the very least, the direct supervisor of that teacher, so let's say it's a Longfellow teacher, I would feel like Corey probably should be one of the people on that committee to assess, because I think to me the biggest thing with sabbatical is, yes, what Mike was saying, I agree, rejuvenation of teachers, but also how does this benefit the district in the long run? Rejuvenating teachers is one piece that he was arguing heavily, but also I feel like the whole MOU piece, there does need to be some benefit coming back to the district of this increased education. You went and got your master's, you went to school, how is that coming back? And so I feel like at least, I'd prefer, again, that the criteria is just very specific, where there's not necessarily the need for a committee, but I feel like a committee would need to be a little bit different, like direct supervisor, an admin person, maybe another staff member, but to not have the principals involved in deciding if the sabbatical requests are beneficial for their schools, to me feels a little bit short-sighted.
Okay.
I'm not super crazy about it being paid sabbaticals just because, I mean, we're always talking about money. We're always talking about how to get more money to people. And I would probably err on the side of, rather than wanting to, I mean, essentially then we need to budget every year for 2 people to take a sabbatical, right? That's probably not going to happen, but that would be wise budgeting because we have a policy that states that 2 people can. And so is that really the best use of our finances if we're wanting to get money to staff? Or would it be better to have this unpaid and we allocate money differently to staff? I mean, again, it's not been a hugely utilized policy, but I feel like when you make policy, you have to think of all of the different variables and all the different dominoes that will fall based on the policy. So
Can I just ask a clarifier? Just going, and I think other people have some similar opinions of you, so maybe others can. If everything else was copacetic and it looked really good to you and had the clarity that you needed, but the halftime benefit pay was in there, his or her expected semi-annual salary, that piece, if that was still in there, could that move forward, or is that like a no, that needs to move out of there? I gotta be really clear on that.
I think that could move forward for me if it was very clear who qualified, why they qualified, what the benefit was to the district. Ideally, taking away the need for a committee and making it more clear criteria. I definitely want to take out the sentence, a greater stipend may be granted for either full year or half year sabbatical leaves at the discretion of the board. We don't need to have the board deciding that this person's sabbatical, that they should get paid more than this person. I feel like that sentence is an absolute no for me.
Okay.
Because it's just more ambiguity and inequity. Like, you should get paid the same for your sabbatical if we're going to pay it off.
Okay.
And David, I have other concerns too.
Keep going.
One would be that the additional service obligation, I can't get to my thing.
That's all right. It's number 5 under factors for leave. It says he or she will agree to his position in the Salida school system for 3 years immediately following his or her sabbatical leave. That's the bullet, I believe, number 5.
I think that should be, if this would be approved, I think that's not significant enough. And then secondly, I'm very cautious to approve this or to vote to support this because of another more important point for me that has a larger impact, and I want to allow principals to always be able to put the best people in the best positions at, when they slate their staff. And so I'm cautious because I've been resistant to this policy in general because I want the principals to have autonomy with their placements.
I would second that. I mean, I've only looked into a few districts, but I am not finding a lot of districts where you're guaranteed your position back after a sabbatical. Ideally, awesome, but I would love to know if we think that's a norm. I feel like that's data that's hard to get, but that's in my casual research. I'm not generally seeing paid, and I'm not seeing guaranteed your classroom back. I'm not saying I have a personal opinion on that, but I think that's for a principal to decide.
But that's not really more easy to say policy.
But I just think it's ambiguity.
A general question on this matter. If somebody if somebody takes night classes and has the regular classes that they're teaching, takes night classes and gets a master's degree.
Yep.
They took care of all that extra time and a lot of the expense. And if somebody takes takes a semester off and takes a sabbatical somewhere, it doesn't seem like a fair trade. Seems like a lot easier to take a sabbatical than it is to take classes for a upper level degree. Am I missing something?
I guess just the half salary that they're missing out.
That
Could be a fair assessment. Yeah, I in general, I'm not necessarily supportive of sabbatical policy because of all the things that we had talked about. I think just seeing the process of these policies go through, I think long-term leave and sabbatical were kind of the last ones to get touched and kind of were rushed through. It may have been well thought and well intentioned, but I don't think there was a lot of multiple days and back and forth like some of the other ones. I think all the interests that have been expressed, I would kind of agree with. I think if somebody wants to take sabbatical, go out and further advance their careers and things of that nature, that's great. I don't think the district should be paying that person for that. I think the benefit is that they can continue to get insurance, but I think that they should be paying for their insurance while they're not working for the district. But we would leave them insured. That's a benefit that we would provide to them. I also agree. I don't really love the thought process of when they're done, they get to come back and like guaranteed placement, so to speak. But I do think if the leave team, if you want to still use that definition, being more kind of, I agree. I don't think it should get to a staff level or have SEA versus non-SEA. I'd much rather that be business office, superintendent, or assignee and principal of the building. And obviously, if a middle school staff wants to go on sabbatical and Michelle approves it, she probably would want them back. But if Michelle wasn't in favor of it, then she may have her hands tied about bringing them back, type of thing. So those would be some of the interests that I would have, along with what else has been said.
Okay.
And again, I think that some of these policies that we're talking about would jeopardize the potential to approve the full packet. So I would again suggest we table this one for further discussion, clarity, meeting some of our interests before kind of coming back for a full approval. And I don't think stripping this one out jeopardizes everything else that's being discussed. I know you have some thoughts on sabbatical.
No, I agree with that. I agree with stripping it out. I do think we should preserve sabbatical in some form. I agree with Mike had to say that I think it's important that we support teachers or show support. I'm open to, looking at whether that should be paid or not. I definitely like the idea of, principals having autonomy, but I also don't like the idea that sabbatical is open to everyone or, I'm just looking at Telluride's policy. One of the criteria they have is the employee must be highly qualified for their position. They must have satisfactory reviews. To me, that type of criteria makes sense. If you're going to receive it's a kind of a special benefit, you should be kind of a special employee.
I will either now or later, if you tabled it, and that's how it went forward, as I know that's kind of what you're talking about. I would need a little more non-ambiguous of like the money paying, because if I'm trying to think like a staff member, and people I've listened to, they might be able to move on the leave team, they might be able to rematch that, but that is going to be a sticky point. So if it is a sticky point for you guys, I need a little more clarity on that piece. I need to do that to you in public, and yet
I found a lot more long-term leave policies than I did sabbatical. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a secret.
Yeah, they do not seem as common as long-term leave.
Okay.
But again, this is half hour,
No, I hear
research.
you. And we can go deep.
Data to give some go ahead, Nan. You go.
Me go?
Sure.
I just was gonna also bring up that we do have a benefit at this district, right? Do we still have grants through CMC for teachers to be able to get paid master's degrees?
We do, like,
Because that's
Mr. Lamond was sharing that, and I know we've been helping pay for his coursework through the concurrent enrollment expansion grants.
Yeah, because I know some of them had, I think that's also something to consider. Like if we're saying that the sabbatical is for higher education and we have a program where you can get higher education paid through CMC while you continue working for the district, that sort of seems like maybe a win-win and maybe something that we should more focus on trying to make sure that we keep that going versus something like this that, as Ben kind of pointed out, it is pretty inequitable for someone like Lamont to be putting in all these hours working and getting his master's, and then someone else can take time off and go and get half paid salary for the same thing. So I do think that's something to consider.
Okay. How many sabbatical requests have you seen over 10 years?
Two. It's not a frequent, not frequently used.
Yeah, to answer your question, like I said, I'm not necessarily in favor of a sabbatical policy, but if it turns into similar to, I'm not in favor of a long-term leave policy, I've said that. But if it turns into kind of a way that can both be processed and it's not like a budgetary concern because the district's not covering any salary while they're gone, and I still think that they should be covering their kind of medical component of it, but they continue to have that benefit of being on staff. I don't know if there's a business office nightmare in dealing with that, but I think I can safely say that paying your insurance premium back to the district versus getting it on the open market or Cobra is cheaper. So I think it's a great benefit, which is probably the extent of what I would love to approve. Would have to meet those pieces.
Thank you. It's clear.
I'm pretty in line with Joe. Somebody else focused and I forgot what I was going to say.
It's a lot going on.
Okay. They would pay for their individual health insurance, and if it would apply, it would be family. They would pay for that. We wouldn't pay their salary, so there's a zero loss for us. You have to clearly define distinguished, and then they'd have to have a satisfactory HR file. But I need to tell my peers, even if we got all of that, I still don't know if I would vote for this. I like the idea that they would reapply, and then somebody who's already been in our district could end up at their same step and level when they go through the exact same process as everybody else who is interested in this case, it would only be a teaching position.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Can I have one more?
Yep.
PTO bank.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Don't apologize.
I guess I have.
Just to clarify, number 9.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a question. Again, I wonder when we look at a lead team, is there a concern that you might be asking the teacher in the classroom next to yours to read through all of your doctor's notes and medical information and then make a decision on you receiving that benefit or not? Maybe, I don't know if I'm reading it right. I'm not some expert on PTO banks, but that feels like a concern that could be addressed. And maybe someone could just answer that for me and then it would be fine. That's my question.
Yeah, I have the same concern. I mean, kind of the same, it's for all three of these policies. Like, I don't feel like staff should be making decisions and granting leave and PTO requests to other staff members.
Okay.
Unless these are always a yes. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's.
But that's, again, feels like, even if not some kind of legal liability, some sort of hard feelings, I don't like you, it's a no, I like you, it's a yes. And I'm not saying someone would do that, I'm not questioning someone's ethics, I'm saying it puts people in that position.
Where does HIPAA play into this?
I've had similar concerns. I know our lawyer has said that this is allowable in terms of from that HIPAA conversation
Because it's voluntary.
I would assume it's voluntary. I mean, some of you guys know
If
the
you
HIPAA
want
rules better than I do.
benefit. I would imagine, I don't like to get too hypothetical, but I would imagine there are some things that you're fine with everybody knowing. And then there's probably some things you're not fine with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine a mental health system or issue that may not be, you want others to know.
Syphilis.
Do you need time off for
It's another option.
I don't know, Ben. Probably would. Yeah, I think the PTO bank. I've had the question of how does this work with the MOU and the buy down of hours, or however we're going to phrase that. And does the PTO bank just become the existing sick bank? Does it become zeroed out and need to be rebuilt? Like I like to know that mechanic more. I do think stripping out a PTO bank of the policy does affect the PTO leave policies in general. But I think if it's something where we support in a general sense, but not supporting, call it the administration of it, in how it gets approved and everything else, like to me, should be very much just like the business office, HR people just say, oh, you need to access the bank. Oh yeah, you qualified. Yeah. You meet the needs. We're good to go instead of having to rope other people in, have conversations. It's so much cleaner to be administered than the openets.
Well, and that had kind of been my other concern with it too, is just this feels the way it's written and the way I think it's been with like notebooks and trying to keep track. And I know we've kind of lost track. And I mean, Aaron has done such a great job going through all of these policies and kind of finding the inequities and the problems, right? So with having PTO and sick, or what was it? Personal and sick, we ended up with people having way more than their 630 hours because we couldn't manage it well because it was different systems. So part of me feels like the way this is written, it's just kind of one more thing for Aaron to have to manage versus, I know someone had thrown out, and this, I'd like to know why people don't like this. I think it was you that threw it out of just, if someone needs PTO bank, then the business office sends an email to all staff and says, would anyone be willing to donate a day? And then those days get donated to that person, and we don't have a bank that's stored up where people have to request and we have to keep track. And so I don't know if there's just an easier, it just to me feels like this could be a lot of management and sticky, and of course all the pieces of you're approved, you're not approved. So I don't know if that feels like a good solution or not. It seems easier, but there might be problems with why we're not wanting to do it that way.
I think there was a comment and a question there. I'm trying to separate out the two.
Aaron turned his mic on, so he's ready to speak.
Aaron's a great person to answer that.
I don't know if I'm ready to speak, but it felt like you were directing a question at me, I guess. So maybe.
I think what you're saying is why weren't staff interested in it, in switching to an incident by incident, case by case solution?
That's a better way of
Right. Why was that not an acceptable thought? What was the piece? I think how I would phrase it, I'm looking at somebody else in an awkward situation talking for people, is with PTO being such, the magnitude of change there being so large, what can we keep the same as we're trying to do change implementation and manage change in that space? And so is this a place where we can make some changes, improvement, without having to do a major change, which is a whole new system and one more thing to talk about? So from the sellability, from just managing the, there's a burden of change there. I think that's why people had an interest in, is there something here we can keep the same? And this basically keeps the same structure and tries to clean up some of the access with some of the accounting and those pieces. So that was the attempt, was to try and go down that solution road, rather than, hey, this also is on the load, which I think there's some sound logic in that thinking.
David? That we thought maybe.
Well, technically, I think you need to be acknowledged by the president.
We're going to go technical. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I just thought we were looking at us maybe.
It's an awkward situation.
Okay. think there was also a feeling that maybe it would create chatter and trying to figure out who's needing it and why, and it turning into like sort of a popular contest, and that's what
That's how this feels to me, as written as well.
yes, I hear you.
So I guess, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How many of these are generally being requested in a year, maybe in 5 years? Does someone just know off the top of their head? Are they all approved? Are some denied? What kind of like data can I get here?
That's great.
One out
I
of
would say we
five?
see access, and it's hard. The pandemic pushed all of our systems in these places, right? So when you ask for 5 years, you got a pandemic in the middle of that to speak to. But you're going to see definitely between 2 and 4 times a year at least. But you're not going to see 10 times a year, right? So you're somewhere between 2 and 5. And Will, I see you shaking your head. Yep. And that's going to be a frequency, and that's got classified. I'm thinking classified and certified when I answer that piece. I'm not separating out the two.
So is this generally someone who is in an FMLA situation? Is this someone who's just trying to take a week off work to?
It's almost
go to the
always an
doctor?
FMLA situation. It is a medical situation. I'm not.
Can this be used while the person has much accumulated time that they are saving? It's after that's gone. So they've used all their sick, they've used all their PTO.
Yep.
They are
Correct.
either,
It'll be PTO now.
sorry, PTO. They are or not on an FMLA leave. It could be either way.
Yeah, because FMLA it's just job protection, right? So this is really a talking about how do I keep on getting my salary while I'm trying to deal with this difficult thing going on in my family or my life.
Sorry.
Right? And Will, you speak up because you've been running it this year and you have the most experience. They're always complicated situations. They're never simple black and white conversations. I've never seen one of those. And so there's always a situation where somebody has used up all of their leave and trying to figure out how to get to the end of the semester, end of the year, to a transition point. Either they can manage, they'll be able to get the situation, would be generic, back into their control, or gives them to that place where they can make that transition and gets us through the end of the year trying to do that. So that, and then for these people, it's also trying to figure out sometimes how do I get to the end of the year and also keep my benefits, and normally trying to navigate that conversation simultaneously of not losing their access to benefits. But I'm
So-
let Aaron will also speak. Go ahead.
So one more question. So maybe this also ties in a little bit to the family, because if they're on
It
a
could, but
leave and they're getting that benefit if they are eligible for it, which has nothing to do with our long-term leave, obviously, because it would be an FMLA leave.
for family, as I understand it, Jen, since the district and I don't think any school districts in Colorado have opted in, because of the benefit packages that are offered, individuals can opt into family and purchase that. They have to opt in for X number of months and pay into it prior to being able to access it. That's always an option for anybody in the district. That's not the issue. To David's question, I would have said this year in the 5 to 6 to 7 range. It could be anything from an injury, a surgery, a complication in a pregnancy, a complication in healing, some other critical illness. The difficulty has been not saying yes. It's how do you say no?
So when it comes to family,
Mhm.
I am so sorry to keep muddying the water with this. Are you saying an employee right now today, if they wanted to apply for family coverage concurrent with their FMLA leave, they are not entitled to that unless they have already been paying into it, or are they already paying into it?
You have to pay into it for X number of months prior to
180
being
days, it
eligible
seems like.
for receiving a benefit. If I sign up tomorrow, I can't go next week and start getting a benefit.
So even if someone was granted a long-term leave, that in no way indicates that they would be eligible for family.
They would have to be applying they would have to have paid for family on their own. The district's not paying for family.
And they wouldn't be able to think about it months before.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at FAMLI, honestly, it's a screaming benefit. Like the more I've looked at it, I think many people would take advantage of it. It's a pretty small input, and you get a pretty big benefit out of it. So I think we'll see more and more people taking advantage of it. The district's not paying for it.
You would know if it was, someone would, okay. Thanks.
So yeah, I think, yeah, I was trying to get my thoughts together. I think I'm ready to speak, Joe. I got the mic on. I think I'm ready. So, in terms of the administration of it, from the business office perspective, I can speak to that donating days. I liked that. Nancy just thought I was crazy. I was like, that's an impossible thing to try to manage, to actually collect days from people and then take one day off each person. And then she actually feels like that would be significantly harder to manage, and I can honor that. And feel like this is a good solution. In terms of the question, I would never say no. I mean, I don't think there's many reasons to, based upon the policy, to say no. So to your point of, can you say no? The other thing I would say, though, is with going down to 45 days PTO, this does help the rare occasion when an employee gets into a really bad situation and suddenly they can access almost a full semester. And so between their PTO, if they're maxed out, and this, because technically with PTO, you're capped at 45, but you're getting the extra days, plus you're getting these 24 days. It's nearly a semester. So I think that's one reason that, to me, not everybody's using it, and yet it does protect in some ways. I don't know in here, it used to be you have to pay back. I wasn't here for the conversation on the PTO bank.
Still there, still there.
Is
It's
it?
4 days a year.
Where's that in this policy?
It's right above process for membership. About halfway, two paragraphs above that, an employee who has borrowed PTO.
In this one? This is the new PTO bank.
I'm looking up and
It
finding
is. It's on page 2, and
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as that's in there. Honestly, it's pretty low risk to the district. Managing out of the business office, it's something we can take on. I'm not overly concerned about that, and I can see how it's actually easier in some ways than doing the data request, to your question. And I do think there's value in saying, okay, we're going down to 45 days, but this would cover some people in some extreme situations. I could also see the argument that, okay, if we're doing this plus PTO, do we also need long-term leave? That's a discussion you all can have. I'm not saying I have emotions on that either way. But I personally, from a business office perspective, don't see any issue to this. And me and Will have dealt with you this year. We've granted, not we, but I mean, everyone's been granted. And I think everyone's been, this person really needs this, including people who have applied for long-term leave at times have been granted.
So
these
is it
days.
currently just you and Will then that are?
No, this is done. Currently, there's two banks. There's a bank that's managed by SEA, and then there's also a classified bank. And so the classified bank is currently managed by the district. SEA is managed by SEA representatives, I believe. And so there's two different ones at this moment.
So the classified comes to you and Will and you decide.
Yeah.
And then
Well-
currently the SEA, so any teacher.
Goes to
is that
SEA, and
all
then a
certified,
committee's
like
formed.
SSPs too, so that goes, and then is there currently a committee of
so they have their own
SEA
committee.
who's deciding, and how is that?
They keep their own
committee
records. They keep their own records and their own committee. We're almost always involved in this conversation as well, because this is an employee who's trying to problem solve. So one of their solution sets is go to what I'll say is the SCA sick leave bank, right, to try and solve their problems. But they're also working with, our human resources people to try and say, what are my options? How can I do this? And they're saying, well, one of your options is to go to that SEA team and request that piece.
So they don't have to be a member of SEA to access the SEA data?
They do not have to be a member. They have to have paid 1 day, basically upon hiring. I'm going to say 10 days, if they gave one of their 10 and donated it to the pot of days, then they are now a member of that in their membership. I want to mention, you guys, remember when I did those, I tried to collate all the policies to keep them nice. Some pages on some double-sided didn't. One of them was the back side of the PTO policy.
Oh, so maybe that's why.
Is that where it says-
Paying.
Gonna pass that down. That's why I had to send out the email, because one of the CBT members was like, David, this didn't photocopy what you thought it did.
So this
And-
says.
Oh, so there's
okay,
3
back.
pages.
Oh, that's
Yes.
like way more.
Thank you. That's
of a
why I'm like,
policy.
I'm confused where I'm at here.
That's
So-
a much longer.
Thank
And
you.
maybe that is something, another reason maybe to table this until that.
Until we can
Oh,
read the rest of
it's
the
right there.
policy.
Hi.
Thank
Um,
you.
I would.
But would this get rid of the two and turn it into one, like two management systems and turn it into?
Yeah, so let me try and talk through it. So this would just, that was one of the changes of like, hey, let's just have the HR office do all the record keeping and all this piece. Let's have a team of people to try and share that decision and do that piece. Do we say no? No, I haven't seen that. The only times that I've seen a no given have been sometimes around, an example might be maternity can be complicated in terms of, is this maternity and you aren't able to get family planning sufficiently in place to address how to deal with that? Or is this a post-maternity complication, right? And so I've seen that be a hard conversation to talk through. As an example that I have seen struggle, but the answer is almost always yes. I do think what Aaron said is if you bring the cap down to 45, I think this is an essential part of the solution to try and solve things. I can see where you guys, your concerns around maybe sharing HIPAA information as a way to capture that concern. I can see that. And I can see how you might need some more administrative people. Maybe that's something. I think that'd be something that CBT and staff would be willing to talk through how to mitigate that. I think they also want to make sure that their access to those things, their interest or their concern is going to be, do we have a say in this decision? They're trying to make sure that they have that, balance that piece. I think we can also probably come back in a month and clean up some concerns for this one, but I do think it's an essential part in comparison to sabbaticals, not essential for the entire systematic way to work, but this is part of the system. And so for me, it's important when I talk to Aaron and he's like, no, we can manage this. That answers a big part of my question. I think that this is superior to what we had. I do think it's an improvement. And so I don't know if that helps in that sense, or like concerns.
Yeah, I mean, do we feel like you're saying that it's never a no? So where is the need for the committee if it's never a no? I guess would be some of my thought if there's, again, clear criteria that this is a medical thing.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I do see that this is the staff's days that they've donated, right? They all donated their one day, so that makes sense that they would want more control over their days that they've donated. But have instances come up where it is very sensitive medical information, and we've had employees be uncomfortable to go to the bank because they don't want to share this sensitive information with other staff members.
I can't answer it. I understand the question, and I can't answer it, Mandy. I don't know who hasn't come forward from a teacher level or from a classified level. I can say from a classified level, it's been nice for me to be able to talk to the employee and for me to be able to communicate through the employee with their medical professional, not to the doctor or nurse practitioner, but through the employee, so that we're not passing out information to a committee, even with the best intentions. And I think there's some ways to do that to where it's not an all or nothing. It doesn't have to be getting 24 days right now, and then I'm gonna get 8 more. How many do you need? Let's start with 10. If you need 10 more and you still are having issues, like we can do that. You need 8 after that, we can do that. I have found it for the people that have used it the last couple of years, a valuable thing. And I totally appreciate what everybody has said, and I don't disagree with it. I also think when I look at some of the other things that there were questions around, and I think justifiable questions, this might not be one you want to. Maybe we can find some middle ground on some of these, and then really look to rework some of the others if there was concerns around.
So historically speaking, sorry, Aaron.
That's okay.
When we have this lead team, the SEA member who's on the team and is one of the votes, they have that autonomy as a person who is representing. There's not a situation where they're going to their constituents and saying, are you guys cool with this PTO use? That's their job to make that call, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, Oh, go ahead, Jody.
Oh, that's okay.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like my last comment on it, I think it's a critical part of it. I think it's a step in the right direction, and some of these things, I mean, it's still going to be a negotiated policy. I think you could continue to have a conversation about it. I think it's a pretty key piece to the actual PTO policy. And some of these things, in my opinion, get handled pretty well. For example, employees make a written request to the superintendent's office, and then that request, okay, I see. Never mind. My thought there wasn't right. But I just think there's ways you can manage this significantly better in that case, right? You can take names off of things. You can do to make sure that you don't have some of those same HIPAA concerns and things like that. I think it's manageable. I think if there's, I don't see any huge concerns from my perspective in the business office, and I do think it's a pretty key component.
That
for the
actually
PTO.
feels like a really easy, good solution to me. If it comes first to the superintendent's office and you take the name off of it and then it goes to the committee.
Yeah, and I mean,
as just a medical note with no name, that to me feels like it solves the problem from what I'm concerned with.
well, and that's one of those things that, I
And if an
mean,
employee knows that it will be presented to their peers anonymously without their information, yeah, I think this is partly just
Well-
my background in healthcare, right? I've written these notes for people, and
Well,
I
and
know how sensitive they are, and I know how much people struggle with people knowing, and I like your solution. I think that could fix it in my mind.
yeah, and I don't know if that's, I mean, I know this is ratified today, so yes, maybe you could table it. I think that's something you could maybe add into negotiations next year, some discussion piece on that. Because if it's done in our office, we're all classified employees in my office, and one of our jobs is to be discreet with information. And frankly, whoever's managing this, me included, if we're not discreet with that information, we're suddenly going to the community saying, hey, did you hear about this? Then fire me. Like that's the response to that. So, I mean, I think you can get very clear with how that's managed from our office, in my perspective.
I think one thing to keep in mind is that one of the reasons it works, and Will, how you said that it's worked for the last couple of years, is because we do have a very strong leadership team that is a very trustworthy leadership team. One of the reasons we're all sitting here is because we have a policy that isn't the best, or have operated under a set of policies that haven't been the best. So what we need to concentrate on now is not writing or ensuring that this policy is good with this leadership team. We were hoping for a policy that's good with any leadership team, right? Because that's why we're here, dealing with these sometimes silly policies that have been swept under the rug for a really long time.
David, I need to add a little bit more context as we table this. I have a modest request. I'm going to have a candid conversation with the board and with employees. So could we limit gossip or generalizations or name calling to me? Firstly, I appreciate that you do that for the classroom. But I still value, that's an administrative thing that I would prioritize over so many other things. So I appreciate you being generous, but part of the reason that we started reviewing policy was to get so many different, often contradictory things off the backs of the business team. And we are adding something onto the back of the business team with this policy. We take it, I mean, we simplify PTO and we're just gonna put it right back on. I am not comfortable with that. With regarding the bank for our certified, David, is it accurate?
Is the accounting of the days that have been used and donated and been repaid, is that accurate?
Right, that 3-ring binder is continually updated.
I can't.
You can't say that.
I cannot confirm that.
Right. Have people replaced, have they paid back those 4 days in that 3-ring notebook?
Two different answers to that question. One is in terms of the accounting, particularly during the pandemic, I know that we struggled to keep those all updated. It may be updated, it may not be. You can't be clear about what I'm saying because you're asking me a hard question.
I'm asking very pointed questions because I don't know if people fully understand what's going on.
Then
But
the
we
second,
don't know that.
second question is to know that it is uncommon that the days that are borrowed are paid back, because the most frequent occurrence is when those are needed either that changes their career path, it happens at the end of a career, or
Or
tend
they
to
may-
have more
may
medical
pass
needs. I
away.
mean, there's a lot of
Yeah,
different
may
scenarios,
pass away.
but it's, the most common thing is those days have not been paid back on any front. And so it's not a sum zero game of, I gave one, I got 10, I paid back 9 more, right? That kind of accounting, has that been kept at that degree? No. Or I can't confirm or validate that it has to have all those days been paid back in that math as the problem I just gave. The answer is most commonly no.
What if someone had an ACL and needed to, and got an infection?
Right.
And returned to their teaching position?
Right.
Do they turn those back?
They are, yep. Everybody tries to account for those, yep. And then so it's, but I just want to be clear, all that best intentions there, is it within everyone's capacity when they're trying to do that piece? No, I think that's part of what we're trying to resolve is to get simplified systems.
And our system might have, the union side system may have struggled with accuracy because one person left.
That is part of the
That's right.
story, yep.
And so we don't know, right?
It's part of the story.
That's part of the story, okay.
And partly
So-
in that pandemic scenarios.
Okay, so that's a concern that I have. So concern about simplifying for the administrative staff and then adding more people. Okay, and then I need to talk about how much you, if you're an individual or if you are married, you and your spouse or have a partner, significant other, I feel that we as a school board are taking on a burden that should not be ours. And I am speaking as an individual who had to leave her job and didn't get out of bed for a illness that my mother died from, while my husband was clearing compounds in the Middle East. 6 months after FMLA came into action and my family used that multi-generations on both my maternal side, my side, and my husband's side. So I have context here. But we as a couple have insurance for situations like that. We as a state have a solution for this that you make as an individual or as a couple. How much risk are you willing to take as an individual? That risk, you're taking less risk when you get a spouse that outhouse something. You take less risk as you have kids. We have 3. And we've mitigated those with private policies, both for life and health, umbrella policies if there's somebody that wants to sue us, etc. So that, to me, I feel that this is a personal responsibility, especially because our state is leading our nation in this. And I don't think, the third point is that we need to duplicate what the state already offers and then private insurance programs that are out there. Our staff are adults, and I trust them. And if you are worried about this, go sign up with family. If you are worried about this, go to another private insurer and make sure you have the arrangement that fits your level of risk and worry. That's what
I mean, I don't know where we are in this PTO or this discussion in general in terms of tabling and not tabling. From my,
he just asked for input.
yeah, from my perspective, if employees want to share their days with each other, I don't care. That's their prerogative. My issue is it easy for us as a district to manage it? And I'm hearing Aaron say he thinks he can manage it. I take him at his word. But, you know, if I think it should be up to the employees whether they want to share their days. I don't know why we would stand in the way of that.
And I guess my question would be, and maybe this is a duplicate question because I'm just, again, not as familiar as I need to be. Is it something like at the start of the year, there's X number of days given by X number of people, and you would be saying, okay, right now we have X number of days. We have these requests that come in, 10, 20 ACLs in August, whatever. And so you go through maybe all those days with those people. So then someone has an issue in, let's say, January, and maybe there aren't more days. And again, maybe this is not a realistic scenario. is there a situation where we would just be pulling like imaginary PTO days from our budget to cut? And again, it doesn't sound like this is a greatly used. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does that question
you
make
saw
sense?
that. I understand
Is it a
that.
true one in, one out
Yeah, I mean,
situation? Just
I mean,
out of curiosity.
No, I mean, the way that I am envisioning processing this is we would take both record systems currently and see how many days are available. My understanding, just knowing the one bank that I have access to currently, you're never going to run out of, like, because lots of people donate a day and then never take a sick leave bank day. Yeah, or you have somebody who works 1 year or 2 years and then never takes the bank, right?
So it's building up.
Yeah, I mean, so you're mathematically, I mean, theoretically, there is a situation where that could arise. Currently, based upon the bank that I've seen, I can't fathom a situation where we would get to that.
And I guess I would just add too to that is, even though it's a new policy, in theory, you still have this invisible bank of days from the past number of years,
Yeah.
decades, if you will,
Yeah.
that did not get ever fully used.
And so, is that a budgetary concern? Like, if there's suddenly 1 million days and there's all this money that then hasn't been used or paid out?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes, there is. I assert as a board member, there is. And that's my response to Matt is, of course, they get to do with their days what they want. They're adults, they have autonomy. Where it concerns me is as a board member, because if you're using a PTO, we, the district, is paying for sub. So if we use all of those hours, if they had 10 ACLs, there is a financial obligation for us that we need to be mindful of. So that's why I bring my concern. There's 37 in here, and I'm on fire for all 34, right? But I have to surgically prioritize those, and that's why I prioritize those. There is a financial commitment because we pay for when people aren't out. We either pay financially, or the students pay curricularly, or we pay because the guy that got hurt with the ACL in August is the best at moving packets of ones and zeros in the dark web.
I guess my concern was maybe sort of in the opposite direction of we've taken all this time from people and then it's just sitting there for perpetuity because it does not get used.
And then when money in their pocket at the end of the year.
Yeah, like money that would otherwise maybe be paid out to them in another situation. And again, I don't know. Maybe this is a ridiculous question.
No, I understood.
An
I understood the
opposite
question differently, and so I see what you're saying, Jody. And yes, I mean theoretically, everybody could use all the days that are in the banks, and there is a budgetary
Right, we don't
component
say
to that.
no.
Right. So in a theoretical space, yes, I understand what you're saying. I understood your question, Jen, to being, is there a budgetary concern in terms of what about accruals of all these days that are out there and things like that? Are we going to have to put that into our budget of any kind? Yeah, I mean, it would be incredibly confusing to suddenly say we're not going to have a sick leave bank, we're not going to have a PTO bank, because then how do we decipher who donated a day, who gets a day back, how many days are out there, what do we do with excess days? I have no idea how we
That's
handle
for
that.
sure not what
No,
I'm
yeah,
saying I support.
right.
I'm just saying, is there some mountain of time that people have earned that's just sitting there?
Yeah,
Again.
yeah, I understand what
Just
you're
a
saying, and I
And if they're
don't fully
only-
know the answer.
And if they're only donating they just have to donate 1 day a year, right?
No, it's 1 day.
Oh, it's 1 day period. Okay, so then that financial cost to them, they're only not getting paid out the $34.75, right?
Times 7.84.
Per year. So,
One
so
time,
this is,
one donation gets you membership, and that's a career membership.
so this is a better financial situation for employees than paying out that PTO to them if they didn't donate that day of PTO, right? To get the benefit of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk. I mean, as a
It's a
poker,
better
as a
benefit.
poker player, it's a risk. Like
Right.
you're donating money in case
But
you
you're,
need access to
only
bank.
losing 34.
You would lose, like roughly 8 hours of
Oh, and
that.
out, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not losing much to potentially gain 24 days if you.
Yeah, and if you don't ever use it during your whole career, then you lose that day. So, yes.
So you donate
So
an
we're
hour and you
employees.
give this to the bank?
No,
One
It's
day.
One
definitely
day.
a risk. It's a risk
Yeah.
worth taking.
You donate 1 day of your, so like when, so the new PTO would say you're getting 10 days when we hire you. You donate 1 day, now you only have 9 to start with. And the risk is after 5-6 years, once you hit that payout point of accrual, you wouldn't get paid that day.
And to be clear, this is all on that second page, I believe, that none of us saw, so sorry that we don't know.
That's all right. And so I'll own that piece because I was the one that made the clerical error in trying to do that. And Janae was the one who helped me identify that mistake, and I appreciated it. I sent it out later.
I just
Maybe-
want you to know we did read it.
You guys are awesome. You guys read everything.
So I would say that it sounds like the spirit of the policy probably is supported, but there's some mechanisms and process that we would like to clean up. So tabling this one makes a lot of sense. Am I correct in that?
I don't, do we need to table it? It's still in negotiated price. And we can do this.
I mean, it could be tabled like the other ones or voted upon like the other ones.
Gotcha. Which we're voting separate.
On some, yeah. I'll just make an ask. I can understand why you might table those other two. You talked about sabbatical, and you talked about long-term leave. And I think you could table this one as well, and I can find a way to navigate it. Of those three, I prefer that you keep that one moving forward. I think if you were of an instance where like, hey, we'll approve that, but David, we really want you to get back with staff. We want something better. You got halfway there, and we'll get behind it, but you're only halfway there, so keep going. So next year we kind of put that in the mix. Of those three, I know for me, just want to be clear that I would prefer, because I think Aaron said, well, to us, we see it as part of the kind of ecosystem of the holistic solution. And I can also hear clearly that it's halfway to expectations. And I think I can easily meet next year with, if you can live with it, because Aaron's team has said they can live with it for another year. If you guys can live with it for another year, then we can come back to it and keep on working it and keep on getting better at it. That would be my recommendation on that one. Is you not pull that one out, or if you pulled it out, you would vote yes. That would be my strong recommendation to you.
Well, I feel like it's certainly better than what we have going on now. So I would at this point prefer to vote yes on it, whether it's pulled out or left in, because I would rather operate under this than what we're operating under now. And then my only concern to work on in the future would be if we really feel like this committee solution is best, or trying to make that a little more anonymous for our staff.
Okay, I hear that.
Mandy, if they never say no, why do we?
Right. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's,
Oh, take out the committee.
I don't like any of these committees because I feel like,
Okay.
yeah. So I
Now I
would,
understand.
so yeah, so if we never say no, why do we need a committee? for
But
one?
you could live with it and give
But
me
yes,
some
I
time
can
to
live
work a
with it
process.
For now, because it's better than what we have, but the committee piece at this point is the only thing that I'm
Thanks.
concerned with, and I'm willing to hear from staff why they think the committee is good. I personally think the committee of staff deciding on staff feels quite vulnerable to me.
It's a good word. I appreciate that. Jen?
Same, I mean, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the two components on top of that, I would say, is I not seeing the second page, but going from a sick bank and personal bank to a PTO bank. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't focus on this one, so I didn't read the first and third page either. But I think a PTO bank, like the clarity to say, like this is for medical purposes when you access the PTO bank, not, hey, Monarch got 16 inches
Right.
overnight. So,
Right, it's medical.
yeah, which again turns into the committee piece to me, because I don't think that these kinds of things necessarily are going to be, oh, all right, when can everybody meet? When we need to decide. I think they're going to need to be sooner, quicker when admin can work on it. So, and then I don't know what the cost implications would ever be of this bank being massive. I don't know if like a cap is appropriate for the district to be able to at least say, hey, we don't think we're ever going to use this many days anyway, but we're not going to accrue over 200 days. I don't know. I'm just picking a number out there because in theory we could. They can. That is a significant cost that we probably can't bear. So I would love to say there's a cap of days, but I don't know if that's appropriate or could really work.
And Joe,
We
just to clarify, it does say that medical leave for district employees who have injury, medical condition, medical emergency, catastrophic leave. So that's where we can.
Could I also throw in one more note on
Yes.
David's behalf? But David did send us page 2 yesterday. So
He did.
it was just in a different
He
packet,
did.
but thank you.
I did. It's my mistake. I own it.
No, you sent it to us. I'm saying it's not your mistake.
I got you. I appreciate that.
Joe, I
David, I would recommend your, just to close your request out, can we pull and vote out? If you don't want to table that, but can we vote on that separately then?
It's your guys' meeting. You know the answer is yes.
Right. That's my request. Is everybody comfortable with that?
That's
Go
right.
ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because I just know it's getting late, and I know there's I know maybe there was some comments about MOU. I was expecting, so you might want to shift to that one. I get the benefit of hearing you guys how excited you are about the other 29 or whatever the answer is, and I don't think everyone's, because we're trying to figure out where's the 10% we haven't made it to, and I just want to make sure I get a chance to hear you guys, or everyone gets a chance to hear what I get to hear, how excited you are about the other 90%. I don't know if maybe we can get to that, and I know the MOU was something else.
Yeah. Well, did you have something?
I just simply, I'm not opposed to a cap, but I also don't ever, if it were to be approved, I wouldn't want to see an employee not be able to access it because it's capped and I can't give a day to join. So if you're going to cap it, I'm still going to have, and I have new people, I'd have to give a day somewhere to be in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Brandon, I'm not eligible.
Yeah.
So,
Fair, and I wouldn't want that either. But
yeah, and I didn't hear that.
I think if half the staff had whatever it may be, and we ended up
Come up
paying
with a number, I'm
1,000
sure we
days
can
out
live with.
in a year, that will bankrupt us.
Yeah, I feel like I was asking.
There's no bankruptcy fears anywhere in any of this one. Take that off the table.
This is a question I can talk to Jesse, our auditor, about tomorrow and get more clarity on what does a cap look like. And I think you can go back and you can look at that negotiating or not. I mean, right now we don't have it. So I guess I don't know how it works. If you table this, does that mean we stay under the sick and personal leave bank or the sick leave bank?
Let's
There's no
get through.
personal
We
leave
get to the rest of the conversation, then I'll
bank.
help you.
I guess I'm just trying to understand what that would mean.
I think I know where we're at.
Cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay.
Joe's doing good. He's got it.
Can I
Perfect.
just throw out then a big thank you to CBT and David and Aaron and the business office, because the reason we are able to have these very long, dramatic discussions is because every other policy looks so amazing. Okay, if they didn't, we would be here all night, and that would be fine too. But the reason we're able to go this deep on certain policies is because the other policies are so great for our district. So thanks.
Good to hear.
Yeah, we probably should have started.
We struggle to celebrate before we go into that point. So, okay, as David said, any other comments about the packet in full before we go Robert's rules or the MOU or anything else? Go ahead. I was looking at you. I knew you were there.
Yeah. I am very excited and very supportive of the PTO bank, but I have two things that I don't like. Gosh.
I was like, whoa, something shifted in 5 minutes.
I'm like, you just said you were not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you. I have two concerns, and one of them is out of protection for the people who are not teachers or the people who have planning period. When a staff member can take out 1 hour of PTO. Matt and I recommended 4 hours, a half day, because that's where subs, as I am one, will substitute for. So I don't like that because it puts pressure on deans, occupational therapists, somebody who's on their planning period, secretaries. I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I don't like it. And then secondly, no, that's the MOU. That's my only concern. And then my MOU, I have just one, I support it, I've arm wrestled it with it. I believe in a 25% premium, meaning getting paid more in the pay down if you are a teacher. a 25% premium. I support that. The way this is written is it is a 57% premium, and I do not think that is fair for classified staff. I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one, but when we talk about equity, this is unequitable. So meaning certified staff gets $35 an hour, classified staff gets 20. That's a 57% premium for that teaching certificate. And I just don't, I think it's enough. I'm still gonna support them both. We've gotta get this under control, but that's right.
If they were gonna get paid out those days now,
Yeah.
what would be the certified versus the classified payout?
You get to answer that one, Aaron. It's not a direct answer.
Not
That's
direct.
the hardest problem, because a question like that should have a direct answer, and the new policy does.
Right.
And the old policy is,
Can you repeat the question?
Well, Jody's just saying it's unfair that the classified would get paid 20 and the teachers would get paid the 34.75, right?
Right.
So I'm just asking if they got paid out now, like if they retired and were getting paid out their days, what would the classified get
okay.
versus the certified?
So this,
We have
yeah,
now.
David, it is a complicated question. Under the current policy, if you are under 20 years with sick time, you get paid out by day, not by hour. And certified is paid out on a 7-hour day, and classified is paid out on an 8-hour day. Those days are then up to $80 a day for both groups. They're the same. However, if you're over 20 years and you retire, then you're paid out at the base of your salary column, which in that case for classified is usually 20, but sometimes 21, 22, depending on the different job, 23. And certified is the base of their column, which is at minimum 34.75. For like a BA 56, it's actually 38.07. So it's not an easy answer, because if you're under 20 years, it's very similar with some slight differences. And then also classified cannot currently sell personal time, whereas certified can. And so there's a slight change to that as well.
So here's my issue with it. This is why I would actually ask that MOU gets pulled out. I can count, and I don't want to jeopardize this, but I also think if it's in large support and it's going to be teetering, I would vote in support of it because I think it's worthwhile. But I would love to have the ability to say no, because I think that paying 35 is excessive in a little bit of we're tight on budgets all the time, and I'm glad that we've dug deep and we have the money. I wish that we said something along the lines of, 25, because there's a lot of hours being paid that they would have been paid at 10, and now we're going to 34.75. I agree paying a premium to buy those down is appropriate. I think going to 34.75 might be cleaner, easier, all the things, but also that is a significant financial impact to us. And I would rather say we're going to pay 25, just throwing the number out there, and that savings goes to something that all staff benefits from. But I totally get that this is going to benefit staff that have been here probably longer, have not taken as many days, been in the classroom, rewarding them for that, all of the components. So that is why I'm not in favor of the MOU. I am, in a general sense, cleaning it all up, getting to the next phase, which would be approval of the policy and the MOU to get there. But that dollar amount is a significant amount, and that's why I don't love it.
And I guess, like kind of what you said at the end, why I think I'm okay with it is because, one, it is honoring staff who've been in the classroom working, not taking off all of their days. And then it's also honoring a lot of our veterans who are most likely to have been frozen on the pay scale. And once we quit doing the retention payments, they're not getting as much benefit of steps and levels as other staff. So I feel like in some ways this is a way to sort of right that wrong, but I feel like we still need to look at those salary schedules at some point, of giving our more veteran staff a reward for their time for being frozen and for working. I mean, I definitely support people taking their PTO and taking their days, but I also think there's something for rewarding teachers who've, they really are in the classroom and they're working hard and they're not getting subs all the time. And so that's why I think I'm probably okay with it.
we just say $35 for these?
I mean, it's going to be, yes, because the MOU is buying down up to 60 days first. So it's going to be only people who can have accrued 60 days. Yeah. So, and not have used any time along that way. Now we have many people that are over that, over the 60 days. But yeah, I mean, it's predominantly going to be people who've been here for a while. Absolutely.
I do just want to be clear. I think Aaron, Will, and I would definitely strongly encourage voting yes if you pull out the MOU as a separate package or a separate vote. I do think it's the right solution. I think it gets us there. It is an expensive price tag, and maybe we could figure out if we worked harder how to do that. But the money that we would save, I'm comfortable investing that in where it's going. So I can see your point of view, Joe, and I know from Aaron and I, when we evaluated just from a fiscal standpoint, I think this is a good move in that standpoint. So we would definitely support moving forward on that without any concerns on that. I also want to make sure that MOU benefits us and that we can pay it out over some time. So it's paid out over, I'm going to call it 2.5 years. You could call it 3, but if the first payment is this fiscal year, the second one next, you can determine how many you want to count that. But we can afford it over 3 years. And I think that the new system is worth it because I really dislike when someone asks me about their leave benefits and I can't explain it after 13 years. That doesn't seem right. And so I'm excited to be able to go, let me explain to you why it's awesome to work at Salida schools, because you get these benefits of paid time off. And it's really black and white, and everyone gets them, and everyone gets them with clarity. So I'm excited about that, and I think the MOU buys us that clarity, and I think we need it.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing too, because Joe, I shared in my board report, I wrestled with the number a lot, and fully understand what you're saying, because in many people's cases, we're paying a premium already, and so this is a big premium compared to the previous premium. Like if you just said 25 an hour, like you had said a second ago, like that's still 2.5 times what most people's hours are kind of currently worth. The thing that finally completely swayed me was your, I don't remember the term you use in CBT, super veterans or something like that. Your people who are at your 20 years, that all of their hours are currently valued at their base salary column. And now we're telling them they're actually not, they're going to be worth less. And so this is the only way where at this dollar figure, those people, if they work one more year, start to see the benefit. Like right now, they could retire and get exactly what they agreed to work with. If they work one more year at 35 an hour, basically on these days, they see a benefit. If they work at 25 an hour though, then they actually lose money on that. And so that's where I feel like when I finally sat down and did the numbers, that's the reason I felt I could support the 35. And I struggled with it because it's a big number. It's a big thing to figure out. And I know that was a desire and something that had been shared with me. So I fully hear you, but that's how I got to that number and finally wrestled with it.
Yeah, I'll retract the statement and I'm okay to vote on it, not separate it out. I think my point has been made. I think part of it has been accounting errors, not necessarily all on our side of things. If SEA was managing part of that bucket, so to speak. Just to clarify, the folks that would have earned more, I would not have said to pay them less type of thing. But it's a big number, I think. But I think we're also doing right by staff, and there is a value to me to getting this the finished product and cleaned up. Here's the new policy, and we've clarified everything else. So I would vote yes for it because it's in the entire packet, but that is my concerns and frustrations with it. Any other comments?
I'm not sure what I'm running to.
So
we're pulling out long-term leave and sabbatical.
So we would be tabling long-term leave and sabbatical and separating for the vote the PTO day.
We're having a separate vote on PTO.
So let me do Robert's Rules of Orders. So I think what they're asking you to do is to amend your motion, right? And then it would have to be seconded to say you would like to vote everything as a package except for, and then I want to make sure I've listened well because you've got your list. Definitely sabbatical. You guys would like to vote separately. if you vote, when you get to that vote, then you can decide whether you want to table it or take a vote, right? You first have to pass a motion and change the process. Then when we get to the individual item, you can decide and we can talk about a recommendation of the best way to get everyone's good hard work in there, not disrupt the system, which I deeply appreciate you guys trying to be sensitive of how this can be disruptive, but still being passionate about getting great work. So we would do that. So long-term leave and sabbatical. And then I wasn't really sure whether you wanted to pull MOU and or PTO bank. So those are the 4 things that I heard you bring up. And I definitely heard you want to vote separately on sabbatical and long-term leave. The other 2, I wasn't clear listening to you.
My list was PTO bank, long-term leave, and sabbatical.
I mean, is that what everyone wants to do? I'm just trying to get a sense of.
I would like to table 2 and vote yes on it.
We have to
For this moment, it's just
make
the
that
package
motion.
minus those 3.
Just separate. Any other comments before we get to Robert's rules? Okay, I'll add one more. And it's not really included in the packet, but I don't know where else to talk about it because it's in the intent statement, whatever we want to refer to as if there's money in the fall. I don't think I would support that at this point in how it was proposed. I think the kind of, if there's money in the fall, here's the request of how to allocate it. Well, it's not anywhere in for like any conversation.
It is, I've agreed to them. It's a tentative agreement, right? That would be triggered in the fall and brought to you to decide in the fall. But you want to say you don't want people to be surprised that you are not in support of that tentative agreement at this time, right? It's nowhere else.
Later, but I mean, I would like to prioritize more the level of bringing people in at a higher number of years of service, whatever you want to call
Placement
that.
on the salary schedule for
Placement on the
experience.
schedule. And then I also, we went through this process for a couple of years, and last year, whatever time frame it was, said, hey, we don't want retention payments. We want this built into the steps and levels. And we honored that. We went through that process, and then got crucified by bonus season when everybody was saying, well, where's our bonus? Where I thought we've had a bonus every year and everything, and said, well, that wasn't what was negotiated on your behalf. And I don't think that that's appropriate. Maybe it's in the next one. I would love to budget that in, because that is why we've created this process of in the fall, when we know what money we have, we can pay it out. And the retention payment is a one time. So, oh yeah, we have it, we can pay it. It's not necessarily, because sometimes it's general fund from the audit last year. Sometimes it's new money's coming in. So that is why I like the retention payment process, as well as kind of how the last year went with, like, where's our bonus, and we don't want it, but now we do. So that is why I would not support the intent statement or however we're classifying it in the fall if it came back as is.
You're worried that if we bring it back in the fall, it'll frustrate and anger and maybe take some folks by surprise. You want to mitigate surprise.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be debated, discussed, and what we would do, but I would not support it at its current function or current level.
I know not everyone prepped for that. Does anybody else want to add to that piece? I appreciate not being surprised.
They still might be surprised the way we're doing it, right?
It's at least people are listening.
Okay.
We don't know what the audit is. We don't know what the state's going to do. Like, there's so many. School finance. It's just so fun. So.
All right.
Okay, so I would think we look for a amended motion to approve the ratified recommendation of all policies except policy identified as 9, GBGH-N sick leave bank, 12 GCCAFA-N long-term leave, and 13 GCCAF-N sabbatical leave to be voted on separately. Matt, would you amend your motion?
I will amend my motion to ratify the CBT policies and remove those policies for separate consideration that Joe stated.
Okay.
Jen, you were the second?
I would also like to do that. Second that.
So now you have to take a vote on whether or not people would support that amended motion. So now you have to vote to say, yes, we will all agree to that process, right? So somebody
Ready
doesn't
for
get,
that vote
Okay,
without
so-
further discussion.
Please.
Okay, so for the vote to approve the amended motion, correct?
Yes.
Saying that correctly. Dr. Breckenridge Pettit. Aye. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hawes.
Aye.
Mrs. Schiffman, or Mrs. Pascal, sorry. Ms. Schiffman. Aye. And Mr. Smith.
Aye. So I think I'm going correctly in that we will looking for a motion to approve the ratified recommendations from CBT on all leave policies except 9, 12, and 13.
you don't need a motion. You've already got the motion. You can just take a vote.
Oh,
Unless people want to have discussed it further.
any further discussion on the entire packet?
Short those. Correct, minus 9, 12, and 13.
I would
They're
say
amazing. They're great.
thank you to all involved. I know there's been a lot of time and energy, and Mike may not have been right. There probably was blood somewhere involved, but thank you. We asked for everybody to dig in, and sometimes it took a little while, and may not have met all the timelines we hoped. We may not have accomplished all we really hoped, but it was a big load. So thank you guys for all the energy and effort you put into it.
We're ready?
Ready.
All right. Dr. Breckenridge Pettit. Aye. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hawes.
Aye.
Mrs. Pascal. Aye. Ms. Schiffman. Aye. And Mr. Smith.
Aye. Okay, looking to approve a motion to approve, I'll just say policy 9, GBGH-N, sick leave bank.
I will make that motion. PTO.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Any questions, comments, clarifiers? A few.
And everyone
moments.
understands what voting yes means, right? Just to be, so no one incorrectly votes their conscience. If you vote yes, then you would be adopting the policy that was recommended to you by the staff. All 3 pages.
I think that there was.
Thank you, Janae.
I think there was a loud sentiment of voting for this and not stripping it out is probably appropriate, but it's still not fully where we want it. So we would love to see this brought back, whatever time frame, I don't know, to further enhance it and make it better. Sometimes I talk just to give Kim time to get ready because I know she's.
Got all the details there, so.
While she's
Just
doing
knows
that,
it.
I hear you loud and clear. You'd like it brought back. For me, that means within the next 12 months, brought back, cleaned up. So I'll probably be reaching out to understand again. I think I understand again how to get it to the best possible thing and work that with staff. So I think that it's possible if you can say yes.
Ready for a vote?
Discussion? All right. Dr. Breckenridge Pettit.
Nay.
Dr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. Hawes.
Aye.
Mrs. Pascal.
Aye.
Ms. Schiffman. Aye. And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Wait a minute. Was I confused?
No.
You voted no on the PTO bank?
Because I thought we were gonna. Oh, that's right.
You're good?
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
We're close to a break.
We have majority.
It's negotiated.
We could clarify with you.
So this is approved. That's right.
Yes.
I'm
This
back.
is
With
approved.
But we're coming back
the discussion that we want to see if
someday.
more.
Not today.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's too confusing and too important. Can you call that roll call again? To say yes or aye means you are approving and adopting what the staff recommended to you. That doesn't mean we won't come back and improve it, but you're saying today we will agree to the PTO bank the staff has brought to you.
To cover that bridge until we
Mm-hmm.
improve
Yes.
and then go through.
Yes. Is anyone confused on what I means? Okay.
Jody, do we need to, is your
It
vote
it
captured
doesn't matter. Just
correctly?
move on. We don't need to change the vote. It's fine because it's majority and it's fine. Go, 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 go.
Okay, I appreciate you.
Okay.
Motion, looking for a motion to approve the policy 12 GCCAFA-N long-term leave.
I would
or
move-
table?
I would
Or
move
to be tabled.
I would move to table the long-term wage policy.
I'd like to second.
It does require a vote.
And then-
No, you're fine. It requires emotions. I just want to be clear with you. It requires a vote because some people may say, no, I want you to take the vote. So if it's, you can't table it without everyone's permission.
Thank you for keeping us.
So yes is a no.
Yes is to table it.
Yes, is so
Yes,
yes,
it's to
table.
table.
You vote yes, you are tabling it. I will bring something back to you. I'll bring you process. I may be able to bring you process and product by June 11th.
So we are now in discussion.
Yes.
Correct.
About tabling.
Right, I do have a question. So under which policy would a person request this if it happened tomorrow?
The old one.
Okay.
That is clear.
Any other questions, clarifiers? Okay, ready for a vote to table?
Table, Dr. Breckenridge Pettit,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Hobbs,
No.
Mrs. Pascal,
Aye.
Ms. Strickland, and Mr. Smith.
Aye. I'm not gonna say what we're motioning, approving or tabling, but looking for a motion on 13 GCCAF-N sabbatical leave.
I'll move to table sabbatical leave.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Same.
And to confirm, if this is tabled, a staff member, a teacher, only a teacher would go under the old policy, right?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure I know where I am.
Any other questions, clarifiers? Ready for a vote?
Pettit, Dr. Breckenridge Pettit,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Hobbs,
No.
Mrs. Pascal,
Aye.
Ms. Strickland, and Mr. Smith.
Aye. Okay. Break time.
Before we take a break, we're a community. It's really hard to have hard conversations. So I just want to make sure all of us, I want to say thanks. I've been on the staff side. I've been in my own head. I've been arguing inside my own head for years, right? All night long, people are giving their best opinions. And I want to say thanks from the staff side through the community side. Nobody's saying anything because the part I get that not everyone else would get because of the seat that I get to sit in is when each of you call me passionate about supporting teachers. That doesn't mean everyone comes up with the same answer of how to say it, what it looks like, and I deeply appreciate you guys. It takes courage to say things publicly, and I also am thankful for our staff to continue to advocate and keep trying. There's 2 policies out of a massive amount of work that we need to rework. They're not the most central, but they're important to all of us to get right. We'll figure out how to get them right. I will come back. This can be done. 2 policies, working with our staff to bring you back something you're excited about. That can be done. We can figure it out. I don't know exactly how, but all the problems we've had to solve this year, this one's not hard. It'll be an easy piece. We'll figure it out. And so I just want to make sure after hard conversations, right? Doesn't matter who you are, you got to shake it off, take a break, let it go, and make sure we let go of the words that we weren't able to hear the right way and keep moving forward. So.
Okay. Take a quick break. Probably come back 9:30. Thank you.
Make sure your microphones are turned off, please.
guys. I knew that was going to be deep and thoughtful, and it was. All right, where the hell am I? I don't know what letter we are anymore, but action item to approve preliminary budget for 24-25 fiscal year. Looking for a motion. Yeah. Thank you, Andy. David, Aaron. Aaron, the show is yours. Live feed the Nuggets if you want.
There's only 4 minutes left in the half. I mean, not much has changed on the budget. Little things along the way. Hiring staff members that are lower than what we budgeted for. We budgeted an MA7. We've hired a few people lower than that, a few people above it. Not much has changed. I put in the board report, there's, we're a little over 101% total. Now, this is a preliminary budget. You're going to need community input, or we'll at least have a listening session. I think we rarely get a lot of input on that. We've already run it by the DAC and gotten lots of good feedback, or none. The feedback is that they like it. So we do have about, the one thing I put in my board report is there's some money in there that I do expect to not fully be expended currently, and you'll probably see an adjustment on the amend budget for the technology build out. Because we're moving to a new system, there's a few questions about contracts and things that we have going right now, and how do we move some of those things to a new system. So I've budgeted fully for all of that, knowing that I think Josh is working currently to find ways out of most of those things. So, but from what I presented last month, it hasn't changed much. Our total expenditures have gotten down just a little bit. And I think that's all the major points for this month, unless do we have anything else that was critically urgent?
I just want to make sure people are clear on some just language, right? The revenues, expenditures, fund balance, cash flow. If you keep those 4 buckets clear. We're using fund balance to pay out this PTO package we just approved, right? So that's not impacting our operational revenues expenditure storyline, right? We'll be paying it out of our one-time dollars to take care of getting in the new system over 3 years. So fund balance over 3 years, we'll fund that. Revenues, there could be a story where we get more revenues if we have additional students. We put our budget on 0 growth. If more of the governor's budget comes in, we kind of buffered a little bit there to not believe that everything that's promised will come. And then UPK is the third revenue stream. UPK is looking positive. I don't know if Aaron, you want to speak to that?
Okay. All right. Let me restart my presentation now that I'm caught mentally up with the last couple hours. The 3 revenues are the piece that we were questioning. I'm still questioning whether we're going to grow. The governor's budget's interesting. I still don't understand how they're going to make it work. They're still showing huge shortfalls, but the legislative session has wrapped and they still are showing the same finance formula at this point. I'll be curious to see what happens out of that, but I'm more optimistic at this point than I thought I would be. I thought by now we'd see some cut somewhere, whether it was rural funding or an additional BS factor that they would have to call something different for their political careers. But so far, we're not seeing any of that. UPK looks like we are going to get hold harmless. So I do think that money is going to come in. So that's about $150,000 in revenue that I'm pretty really optimistic at this point. And then also Teresa is still meeting with the county. So there might be additional dollars that we're solving with some of those UPK funds through that solution that she was looking into last month. So we don't have any context on that yet, but I'm pretty optimistic on 2 of those 3 things. So really good.
Is Teresa's money kind of that allocation of the tourist dollars or whatever? Is that going to change, or is it something?
Yeah, can you?
It's a state funding that would go to help families in need. That comes really through the DHS side it comes out of the county level. So that's why we're working with our local DHS to see if we could do that. And if that's funding some of our kids there, then that can open up some other opportunities elsewhere. That's kind of the idea with 3-year-olds, not the 4-year-olds. So can we find an additional revenue stream for those 3-year-olds while the state's trying to figure out their revenue streams?
Yeah, and it's pretty complicated because I don't know how. I mean, the reason we were reaching out at first is because we weren't looking like we're going to get UPK 3-year-olds. And they felt like they were going to be able to secure some of that money because basically they're getting some of that money in. And if they don't spend it on that situation, they have to send it back. And they felt like there was a decent chunk that they could get there. I don't know how it would be impacted if we suddenly get this hold harmless money. that might change things. We might not be able to do both. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean,
What I
I,
would
I,
take away is the budget you're asking to approve doesn't have these revenue streams in there. So this is a positive that additional revenues will be coming in somewhere in the range of $150,000 to $200,000.
Mhm.
So those are positive things. You're not passing a budget with storm clouds. You're passing a budget with like better stuff in front of you, which is the best way to go into it.
So for the pay down MOU,
Yes, ma'am.
you're only doing one-time funds, but we're doing it over 2 years. So isn't that recurring?
We'll be using our fund balance. So that is not coming out of your operational budget that he's asking you to approve right now.
yeah. So it's a bit complicated because you're I mean, some of the money this year, for example, we're looking at our budget and we think we have a difference in actuals to budget by enough to cover this year.
Okay, so you guys are going by line item.
Yeah.
And saying we didn't, now at the end of the year, it's different than the middle. The end of the
Right.
year, okay, we can say in the next 30 days, we're not going to spend this. So we can account for it.
And just, yeah. And so everybody knows where that's at. The way that would work, the reason he's saying we use the fund balance is because if we just spend less than we budget, then our fund balance would grow. In this case, we'll be spending that money this year, so our fund balance won't grow by what it theoretically could have.
And then we're doing the fund, but we're using our fund balance for the second year. And if it's not growing, we've already allocated it to.
I'm not concerned about that because we're always going to build a budget that says, here's our revenues, and we're going to set our revenues a little higher than our expenditures, right? We're never going to flip that and say, we're going to stay under our overall number, right?
So-
and that
so-
difference is a fund balance growth.
I'm just a little worried of doing it over 2 years versus 1 year.
Yeah, can I, and that actually, so the MOU that we finally settled on tried to address some of those concerns. And one of them is we're loading it heavier on the front end than we initially were because we think we're going to have the ability. Yeah. We're loading it heavily on this first year. And then buying down slower after that. And so it's not going to be as drastic each year. And actually, in some ways, by the third, so you're buying a huge chunk now and then a large chunk next year.
And then just sweeping up.
Yeah. And at that point, I mean, you're really buying everyone down to that 45 days at that point. So you're really not, at that point, you're not really buying too much more. Most of those days will be expended.
Do you remember off the top of your head what the breakdown is? Because I know you had it kind of in your chart, but it's like the total 550.
Yeah. So
this
now,
year.
so it's gotten more complicated, but
Okay.
so even today we were going through it because now I'm diving into every individual situation, and we're having situations where, I have multiple people who are saying, okay, well, what's in my best interest if I'm on the verge of retiring? Or what if I stay 1 year? What if I stay 2 years? How does this pay out? And that's complicated. So this year, because we have people now looking at retirement, or we have people in different situations, maybe not even looking at retirement, or people who were leaving the district and they're on we're moving to this new policy. I think this year we're looking at about 320 is kind of your max spend that's going to come out of it this year. And then it'll be more like 180 and even less than that the next year, probably even less than 180. Yeah. But it's tricky too, because as this is going on, they're also earning 10 more days. I wouldn't count that as being part of this whole thing, but you know what I'm saying? And actually that's an important part of this whole thing. We're not allowing you to carry forward more than 45 days, but I do think it's important that some people haven't understood in this new PTO policy, many people can start the year with 55 days. And so I think that's important because that's the extra that we'd be buying down. Yeah.
Right, so you're taking care of that retiree in this year or next year, in the first year or the second year. And
Yeah.
the third year, there's nobody retiring out of that.
Totally. And so, for example, we had budgeted that some people were going to retire. We added that budget. I remember 6 months ago, you had asked us at the amend budget to increase the sick leave reimbursement. So we had budgeted some of those things in. And now some of the people that were in the initial calculation of to buy down to 630 hours and to buy down to 45 days, they're now retiring. And so they're kind of already budgeted for in that allotment. If that makes sense.
And I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Tea leaves for you three. Rural is still in?
Currently, yes.
The rural has retained, and I would say now that it's in, it'd be very difficult to pull out, not impossible. So I would say that funding that we've had to treat of, is it one time, is it recurring, is now just going to be part of our funding formula. So it's not going to change what we have, but now we don't have to ask this question every single year of, is that reliable and can I put that towards someone's mortgage?
And additionally, they just passed a new funding formula in this last session, and it does include that for 25-26 as well. So it looks like it's there.
Those were the tea leaves I wanted to mention.
Yep.
From a just management perspective of the monies, and I assume it would require board action. Could we restrict the funds this year for the payout to be?
If you have additional money when we do kind of the audit and we're looking the fund balance, we could say, hey, here's the total amount that we would need for this MOU, and we could pull it aside and restrict it and then pay out of that, earn interest on it and pay out of that over 3 years. And paying out over 3 years does benefit many of our staff's highest annual salary. It's beneficial to many of us. But if we had the money, you could set it aside and say, okay, that bill is now good to go. We don't have to worry about any future things.
But some of it will be paid before June 30th.
Yeah, some of it, a large chunk of it.
Large chunk. So
Yeah.
the second, okay.
Yeah. So the second piece, we could look at the amended budget and say we want to pull, or we take board action, just move it as a transfer and restrict it in like Fund 43 or whatever you want to do.
I personally would, if we feel like pretty confident where we're at, I would say let's restrict it now, just so it's done with, and don't
Okay.
have uncertainty that plays with it. But I don't know if we'll have that confidence. And then I would say the same thing with certain things like the pre-annexation costs, if we haven't paid those, or where those may be, of just like spend. I mean, it's like, oh, let's just take the beating now, and then next year let's rosier.
Yeah.
I think Jen, I don't know if it's you or Mandy or somebody.
In the corner.
Here, in the corner. The other thing it does when you do it over multiple years, besides what Aaron's talking about, is for individuals, it will help with their HAS because that's a 3-year average. You can't go up more than 8% in 1 year. So if you give somebody 20 grand 1 year, they only get to count 8% of where they were towards their HAS for retirement. So if you do a little bit less over time, that increases that number for people, which is the goal you're really trying to
Very
get to.
Yeah, I mean that was such a complicated conversation, and honestly, it occupied most of my time today as people are saying, how does this actually impact me, and walking through individual scenarios, and so that's taken a bunch of thought process, but we're actually in a really good place right now with it, and so so the budget was been done for the last 4 days, so I guess it's been out of my mind a little bit, but those are the highlights of the actual budget.
Aaron, when will we know if there's a BS factor or if the people funding's gone?
I mean, at the latest by October now, so before the amended budget. And so, but I think we'll know sooner than that on most of those things. I think
What I want you to know is there's nothing right now that says revenues will be less than what Barron's built the budget on. That's right. So there could be better news, but there is no worse news we're waiting on.
Yeah, I don't see anything that says we need to fear more than the buffer that we've built. To his point, so we've built in those 3 things. Those revenues are not in the budget,
That's right.
and so I don't see any additional.
That's
risk.
why
Yeah.
it won't be more negative.
Right.
Got it. I apologize. Thought I already.
No.
I just do.
I would reemphasize what I said 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. I really don't know if we should I feel strongly we should put a retention payment in the budget because that's the beauty of timing and everything. I don't know if that would be supported by the board. I don't know where the staff would come from, but I know that there was a lot of noise about why can't we have a bonus? What happened to bonus? All the components, and if it's not in the budget, it can't go out. It could, but not parent includable, which is important to many people. So I don't know if I know there's various steps in this budget process that we could add that. I don't know if we want more input or thought process before we would officially add it, but I still have that interest. Not going to die on the hill, but
So that doesn't come at the expense of a step or a it's a bonus.
Yes.
So it doesn't turn into a 27 in 7 years from now.
Correct.
Wondering where that money went.
Correct.
Did go.
To staff.
Yes.
Here's what you could do to. Yeah, I mean, here's what you could do to Joe's point. If those dollars come in, those three sources, those are recurring revenues. And so that's why I think it's fair for that the document CBT gave you. Now, to your point, Joe, what happens if our fund balance grows and you've all said we're trying to maintain a fund balance than 500,000 and suddenly we have 400,000 more based upon our actuals? Then that would be a situation where you'd say that's retention dollars that we'd like to potentially move on, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I mean, if we feel it's recurring dollars, is very loud with the current negotiation team that they want that in recurring salary. But the fund balance, because we were allowed Aaron and Sheila to work together for the time, and Aaron was able to dig in and be like, hey, okay, we scrubbed the budget. We feel pretty confident that there's going to be some extra money here from scrubbing the budget. So if that is validated by the audit, not new money's coming in recurring, but hey, old money that we have, I would rather, hey, we're going to pay out 85% of this in a retention payment because that's kind of what our financial philosophy is.
Yeah.
It's one-time money, we don't expect it again, so on and so forth.
So I think there's two things that I would say. I have no fears of putting that in the budget if you'd want to. That would put you higher above the 100% in the budget, but you could always change the amended budget, like and take that out.
As long as they're not paying.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. And the other piece of it is the other solution. So you could put it in now, and then it would be pair includable. The other option would be you could put it in the amended budget as just a bonus. It just wouldn't be pair includable. So you could still do that. So the two trains of thought is one, you're saying I want to show intent and make sure staff understands that. The other piece of that is only slightly concerning is if you do put it in the budget, is it going to be expected by staff if we can't pay it? So I don't know the answer on where you all feel comfortable with that. I made the recommendation last month. I think you should put retention.
I would ask that you not. I hear you, Joe. I think that we've got enough structures in place, have changed enough things. Hasn't been a high interest to the staff. I think that as a board, we can bring that back next year and start to work that conversation and help people understand how it can benefit them at all classes. But right now, I think it would be disruptive, and disruption is not really worth it with 4 or 5 days of school left.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. They gave us the list of what they want if there's extra money, and I might not agree with it exactly. And hopefully the numbers that we're getting, that 91% of classified and 74% of certified said that they feel like they're representing the staff. So if those are the survey results and we're trusting those survey results, then I guess it leads me to want to trust how they're asking us to allocate the money. The one thing I brought up as a concern is we just need to pay attention if that 7 to 15 year hiring situation becomes an issue for hiring, that we can't hire people because they don't want to come in at that 7 years. They had put that lower on the list. So we might need to move that higher if we feel like it's affecting hiring. I agree with you that the retention bonus is better, but I guess it just needs to, and I mean, we're going to get heat again, no matter what. We're going to get heat again, even if we tell them they said that 91% of you were represented and they told us you didn't want this. So we didn't give you this. We gave you the increased step and level. We're still going to probably get yelled at.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about that, but I just think it's unfair to us all. I don't. Just, but 91% of respondents. I don't know what the number of respondents.
It was actually fairly high. It was very high. It was 144 responses or something. It was a very large response rate.
I think it is important then when this happens to state out loud how we feel. I think this is worse for the district when we are trying to recruit and retain highly qualified teachers. I think this is detrimental to the district. I think this is detrimental to about 20% of our current teachers. And I think it's okay, again, to have an email or some other communication that very clearly outlines these things.
So I think on that, we're talking about the tentative agreement right now. I just want to be really clear and some pushback on how do we have a retention payment or how do we respond? How do we build some of that conversation into the budget? I think Aaron's presented a budget that doesn't have that in there right now. I think that's the most structurally sound way to have the conversation. I wouldn't make the changes. And I think an email, and I'm being formal here, an email from the board through Joe to me that says, here's some thoughts on the tentative agreement. So if you guys would speak to Joe in those ways, Joe could say, here is a formal response to your tentative agreement. I think then I could take that and reduce surprise. And I could start to work conversations and work expectations to shift, and people could see that everyone wants to support. That doesn't mean everyone agrees how to do that. So that could be a healthy thing, but I still think leaving Aaron's budget the way it is. And then if the money's come in, that's how it's been talked about. I wouldn't want to change the framework of the conversation at this point in the game. I think that'd be disruptive.
That's right. And I think the other component is 74% of the classified staff felt represented, which is a little bit less. And that's, to me, they and the kind of long tenured staff are the ones that get the most equitable benefit of the retention program. So that is one of the interests. Dollars and percentages, mixing them always complicates things, but a 30-year teacher is getting less in a step-in level percentage-wise than kind of that 3% retention. So just gets a little bit weird. I prefer the percentage. So I'm okay based on the disruption and everything else. So I've set my case.
Thank you.
I agree. However, in the future, I would like to request that anytime we have a survey presented to us where 74% of this group said one thing and 91% of another group said another, I would like the parameters of that survey. I would like to know what the questions asked. If they were strongly positive, mediocre, weekly, you know what I mean?
Right.
Because so much of that
Strongly agree.
gets turned into hogwash. And so, anyway, I would like to know what the questions were.
When we come back to the tentative agreement, CBT wanted to deal with leave and not muddy the water with the staff. That piece, they're looking to come back this next week and look at the tentative agreement, which would include anchoring some of the survey data and sharing that out. And I will make sure you get the survey as well. Yep, and that will get you the questions. So now as a statistician, surveys can drive you nuts. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, looking for a vote?
Screen here. Dr. Beckman-Schmidt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hobbs.
Aye.
Mrs. Pascal. Ms. Schiffman. And Mr. Smith.
Aye. Okay, looking for a motion to approve appropriations resolution 2023-24-09 for the 24-25 fiscal year.
Looking for motion.
So moved.
Thank you. And a second. Again, thank you, Aaron, David.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a formal thing you have to do every single budget. I don't know how much has been explained or not explained, but basically, if you look at the appropriation resolution, you're taking the total revenues and transfers that is in, I don't remember the exact line, but that's what we're taking and you're appropriating that into your budget. So into your fund, basically. And so that's just, you're taking formal action on it. You'll do this every time you do a budget. It is line on the new budget. So on the uniform budget summary, you are taking line 18 across the board, and that's what you're appropriating. So those are the dollar amounts that are being put in those lines on the appropriation resolution. So just appropriating the revenues and going from there.
Questions, comments?
No, that's the correct one. Go to, so line 21 or 18.
These are the numbers that are in that appropriation resolution. It's just straight across that.
In their proper fund numbers.
Yeah, because you're basically saying, this is my beginning fund balance, this is my revenues, this is how much we have available, and you're just taking specific action to state that.
Thank you, Aaron. Ready for a vote?
All right, Dr. Beckman-Schmidt. Aye. Dr. Hill. Mr. Hobbs.
Aye.
Mrs. Pascal. Aye. Ms. Schiffman. Aye. And Mr. Smith.
Aye. Looking for motion to approve resolution 2023-24-10 authorizing the use of a portion of beginning fund balance as authorized by Colorado statutes. Amanda and Jen. David, Aaron.
I have a question because the document that we have in the folder doesn't have any monetary amount on it. Should it have a monetary amount on it?
No, I don't believe so. I will double check it. But all this resolution is saying is for every fund. So the funds across the top of the uniform budget summary, anytime that you have more expenditures than you do revenues, you're spending into that fund balance. And so what we do is if you were doing that in multiple funds, then you would have a resolution would actually show like where it says fund 10, it would also say fund 43, fund 22, fund 23. This year, the only one that you've done that with the budget is for fund 10 because we're slightly over expenditures to revenues. I don't believe it needs a dollar amount, but let me double check.
So this gives you permissions for the other funds.
Yeah, the other funds are budgeted on our current budget where the expenditures don't exceed revenues. So you're not having to spend into the fund balance on those funds. Fund 10, you are slightly exceeding expenditures to revenues. So you are spending into that fund balance in theory in this case.
Because the resolution does say, whereas the Board of Education may authorize the use of a portion of the beginning of fund balance in the budget, stating the amount to be used, the purpose for which the expenditure is needed. And the districts plan to ensure that the use will not lead to an ongoing deficit.
Where is that, Mandy? I'm sorry.
It's the second paragraph of the resolution.
This is exactly what we did last year based upon the document that I had. So
It
I
says
guess.
authorize the use
So yeah, I may
of
need
a
to state that
portion
dollar amount,
beginning
but
fund balance for the following funds.
yeah, I mean, you can approve it that dollar amount. I'm just confused because this is the exact one that you had last year without a
maybe
dollar
we just
amount.
didn't-
So either we missed it last year or we just
It just to
possibly.
me doesn't make sense why you would approve a resolution that says you can use fund balance, but you don't say how much you're using.
Right, I hear you.
that
I'm
weird?
totally with you.
Do we have to approve this, David, for the state to look public tonight?
What I'd recommend, this is outside of my kind of
Sorry, I should have
expertise.
noticed that sooner.
No,
than
it's
I
all
asked
right.
the question.
I would approve it as is, and then if Aaron finds that there's something that's corrected from an auditor, we'll have to come back and figure out how to
And amend it.
do that correctly.
So right now, we're just
Yeah.
saying we're gonna use fund balance and we may come back and
That I
say,
know, that's what I know.
and we may come
So
back and say, we're gonna use this much fund balance.
Yeah, we might. That's correct.
You will get an email from Aaron
You
by the
may-
end of the week with clarity on that piece of whether it is acceptable or not.
She will be able to guide me on that.
Sorry.
No, it's.
I apologize.
Yeah, I'm glad you looked at it.
You guys read every single thing.
That
All
page
right, ready for a vote?
All right. Dr. Breckenridge-Pettit. Dr. Vick.
Aye.
Mr. Hawk.
Aye.
Mrs. Haskell.
Aye.
Ms. Schiffman. Aye. And Mr. Chen.
Aye. Okay, nothing else in action items. Moving into board communications committee reports. BOCES, Mandy, any updates?
We just had a meeting. I mean, we have a new structure now with an assistant sped director and then sped coordinators at each district, which Aaron can clarify this too, but it's not really costing us. Was it like a $12,000 difference to switch to that structure? I think is what it
They
said.
did.
So we're getting a full-time sped coordinator. All the districts are getting full-time sped coordinators. Definitely feels like a better structure. And then they had the big GT audit and we were all compliant after getting one little thing switched with part-time. Yeah.
So in good shape. I think we're gonna struggle. We don't have any applicants yet for that director position.
I wondered about
So
that.
that will be, we'll just have to see how that goes, and that could cause some complication, but we'll navigate that.
And if that's not filled, would that be, we just have to absorb stuff in-house and then we would get,
already do it.
and then we would get money back for our assessment fees?
Yeah, we would yield more money back would be my first choice. I would assume they would solve that for us.
So, the two of you, David, you said we were probably gonna have to increase our BOCES costs because we kind of the major, or the biggest in the group.
Yes.
But that increase of cost is just 12,000?
Because we're getting-
In the end, that's what it equaled out to. And
Yeah,
there's
so
some
not as
math
bad.
Because
behind
we
that.
have more students, so we're getting more money also, so we're due more money and we're paying more money.
Right,
So-
the circular-
net's
So the
about
net
12,000.
change is 12,000.
And so that's more optimistic.
It is a much better number, and then if we don't get the person we need,
Then I have a
we'll have
question.
to solve that problem.
Yeah.
May we change the requirements for that person if we don't get any applicants? Or is that how
We'll
does that
talk,
work?
we'll have to work with them. It's a
I'm not gonna
partnership
ask unless it
conversation.
happens.
Yeah.
The problem is we're having problems at the BOCES level for that, and at the school levels as well, just with SPED in general. And we're actually ahead of the curve right now, but I haven't wanted to share those positions with any of the applicants simply because I don't want them to leave us.
We're trying to make sure our classrooms are covered before we
Fair.
pursue our partners' needs.
Hey, we thought about doing more with the BOCES.
Okay.
Okay, go
Thank
ahead, Aaron,
you.
we had a question.
No, I'm sorry. I was just. You were talking about the money and I was going to answer the question.
Facilities, not much more to report other than what we talked about. Lots going on. I am really encouraged that things are actually moving. One comment, and doesn't need to be answered tonight, but facilities committee would probably be that leading group for some of these facility use conversations, in which case Karen and or myself may be like good to back off of that. I enjoy doing it because it's really intersects with a lot of things I do in my personal and business life, but I Mandy, for the facilities use, you may be really good to jump into those conversations. Start volunteering. Because you're really engaged with those things. So just future conversations and we'll talk with Karen about that, but we may shake that up a little bit as we shift into the new thing, or maybe it's a new piece.
I have a contract review on Friday with CMC. That's an update that happened during the meeting.
Communications, Jen, Matt.
I always have
No, I think the big exciting stuff as far as communications goes, we've signed on with Aptogee. We'll replace our content management system that runs the website and our app, and some other kind of fun components that ties all of our social media and all those things together. So we've started that process. It's exciting because largely they do a lot of the forget the word they use because again it's very late, but they'll take most of the bulk of the structure of our website and help put it into their system and make it look pretty and all the things. So yeah. Thanks for doing that research.
Yes, I have a question. Will it impact Infinite Campus?
No, so it marries really well. They do school websites, and so and I think Jim Sampson has a meeting with them this week to merge and be able to pull, because right now this is all the main things that schools use and up to date on all those things.
And then just one more question, based on just learning from digital records and all that kind of stuff and all of that. Can we use Infinite Campus for our website and app?
I don't think so. They
just because we're now using Infinite Campus for our electronic enrollment.
Correct. No, I don't.
There's a lot of things we pay for. I want to mention.
Some of that at the high school level, we're using it for electronic enrollment kind of during the year, and right now the high school is actually going to go back to in-person enrollment.
But it's still electronic.
Right, but to get people in there because they're missing a lot of forms.
And we're actually,
Right, but-
where we're doing a lot of forms is actually in Google Docs, this next move, and being able to integrate that as the background. Jim's figured that out. Infinite Campus and Power School, those are your two big student data management systems. Power School this year did kind of buy a communication network or website app system. So I would guess that Infinite Campus next year has to make the same business decision. And at that time, you would get that integrated interface. Infinite Campus would not be able to handle our website or our app stuff.
That we don't think.
Yep.
That's a hard no, or we don't think.
It does not.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
But May next year, is it worth? I just
No,
know
I-
that there are a lot of
I
infinite
don't-
campus benefits that we don't utilize.
Yeah,
that we
no, I
pay
don't
for.
think in this case. I think, again, I think at some point, just from a business perspective, they'll need to find that system. They don't have it currently. Like you can send emails through IC, but they don't. There's not a website.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were.
No, I appreciate people like
Flexing-
Jim,
flexing
Will,
infinite
Kim are
campus.
all on board with moving with this solution. So
Do you have a cost difference, or is it just a lot?
Aaron, you might.
I was gonna say it's really late and I have to think about things. It's,
I wasn't paying attention to that.
we were talking about after.
Were you watching that, I guess?
No, I was really not. I actually, I have an update. I'm probably gonna have to update that resolution. So for next board meeting, I'll have it ready to go. But it's with the budget anyways, so it shouldn't be an issue to have it done next month. But I'm sorry. So that was like digging into that.
After G costs.
Yes.
Compared to our current costs.
It's
it's-
right now the initial.
It's
I'll
very-
do this. The initial investment was a bit more, but the overall cost year by year, and when you mix those, it was almost a net zero cost.
Yep.
And so not
There-
really a massive change.
Yeah, I can. The setup cost was about $8,500 to get into it, and then year over year, it's about the same. So the setup cost has already been paid out of. Yeah, and it's already been paid out of a district technology. code.
Website and app.
Yeah,
Yep.
and some other fun, like, and I looked at a number of different companies that do similar things, and I'm really excited about their system and our customer support and all those things, so.
If you don't mind the oversight, we just want to do.
No. Questions?
Thank you. Cassie, Jen, anything?
Legislative wrap-up Zoom call next Wednesday night. If anyone would like to attend, let me know. It's free, but you have to register. I will obviously be watching. If you would like questions submitted, you just submit them to me and I would know that it's sent to them.
Any question?
Ask away.
School related.
What do you have in mind?
Legislative, school related.
Kelly? Okay, thank you. Ben, Dak?
Yes, I thought the meeting was good. It's interesting. There's some pretty smart people in the group. They are interested in what the true growth is. I think they recognize we probably can't get that actual answer, but they're interested in finding that out. They're also interested in the maintenance barn, as we have already discussed. And then the third thing was when we were talking about running out of room in the buildings, whether we add on to an existing best school versus building a separate structure or modulars, they seemed to be fairly in consensus of adding on, since that's what they were built for. At least that was the vocalized opinion. Just a point. I thought it was interesting.
Very good. Policy audit, I know we'll just get to that again next year.
No, I'll let you know that I think with this right here, I expect by the end of the summer to have all my red lines ready for all the rest of whatever's been hanging out or the next.
Future sections.
What are you today?
David's just doing that. this
A,
summer,
B,
it sounds
C, D. We skipped E and F, did G,
Except for the blues.
except for the blues, but I have red lines and all those, so it's, right? So it'll be, we'll into that, and then I'll have to go back and do E and F, which is not hard.
So you're saying you'll have G done by the end of the summer?
I'll have it prepped with red lines, ready to
For board
go,
input.
and I'll be able to get all the other red lines done for the rest. J is the only hard one, that's your student policy manual. That one will be the only one, but I think by the end of the summer, I'll be able to, because it's just me and a cup of coffee.
You mean like the whole policy book?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's.
He's got a process down now.
Now that I figured out how to do it, got a process,
Yeah, what else could you possibly do?
pot of coffee in a couple days, I'm good. I'll knock it out. I'm actually excited.
Great. I just feel like that seems like a lot.
Well, we may absorb it a little slower than you get.
I bet it'll take you guys all year to get through with it, but I'll have it ready.
Maybe not all year, so, okay. So future business topics for future meetings. I don't know when the appropriate time to bring this up is, but I do think it's appropriate to bring it up We've been talking about CBT all year and evaluating that process all year, 2 years, 3 years, however long it's been. Tonight was a different feel from CBT as other nights. That's a CBT I feel we could all be really happy about working with. But until tonight, I don't think we could have said that. I don't know what the process would be, but I do think even some of the staff members, CBT not, would understand potentially, if we can explain it, the benefits of CBT versus other negotiation ways. And that's from everything I understand, and I don't know this, so I'm speaking a little out of turn. There's probably the CBT process, which was created 8 years ago or so, the master agreement process, which gets interesting, or kind of that meet and confer process. I know our friends up north meet and confer and don't recognize the union. I have no interest in not recognizing the union. I think that's a historical thing here. I think it's a valuable thing for good representation. I know that there's definitely, I know there's some thresholds that they have to continue to maintain to officially be recognized, and I hope they continue to do that because I think it serves a valuable purpose. But I do think that there needs to be some conversation in future meetings of should we change how we're negotiating, because CBT is, maybe it gets better and easier. I do acknowledge that it was a heavy lift and a lot of really tough conversations. I don't foresee if we change from that, like this board's going to go back in and say, thanks for working all these policies. We're going to rewrite them all now because we don't have to work with you on them. I think the heavy lift is gone. But there's a lot of time, energy, money. They're out of the classroom. They're stressing. They put in so much extra time, and it's just like, man, that I don't know if it's the best thing for our district. So I would love to see if what other options are out there and how that would unfold if we were to change how we negotiate.
Is Joe the only one who wants me to bring back thoughts on that, or do others want to hear those options articulated well?
Well, tonight was great and unusual. And I did hear someone mention something about putting in like 84 hours. And I was thinking in my head, like, is there a cost to the district to that? Things like that. That would be interesting to know when evaluating. But again, I agree with Joe, like it was lovely.
Okay.
I really listened to what my mom said, and that it has been adversarial. And maybe if we can use that thing in the hospital and reset it in a different way, I would support bringing in just some innovations and new ideas.
Okay.
So please bring in some creative options. And I need to reinforce this specifically, is that I will always vote to recognize the union.
I said I think that seemingly some tone has shifted, which is probably good after some tumultuous years where all of us said we don't even want to be in the process because it's just too much time, energy, and chaos. So I think there's better ways. I would love to kind of hear their thought process of input. From my understanding, if we went to a meet and confer model, they still get input. It's not like we're telling them what to do. It's just a different process, allows for greater conversation and less, like it's not just on 8 people, it's on, the elementary buildings meeting with David today to give input and so on and so forth. So maybe some stress relief and better work-life balance, quality of life, and I would assume that all of these conversations are affecting their work as well and viewpoint of their job, so, which I don't like.
Yeah, and I'm interested in this as well because I value David's time. And yeah, everyone's, but it is a lot of time for our superintendent. You for sure.
Thank you. That's clear. I'll try and work with probably CBT. I'll have to think about the best process to bring out the best conversation, but I'll bring something back and let me just think about how to do that.
Calendar of events. The only thing I don't see on here, which we probably should start thinking and planning, is that August retreat date, as that is nearing.
Dude.
So, huh? That's like
Long work session.
There's
Oh, I didn't see the
the
post. Thank you.
retreat.
Reception.
I think those are. I did like canceling the January one, but I do think that the beginning of year one is kind of good to kind of lay the land. So I'm sure we'll start to figure out some calendar dates that would work for that. And Kim, do you have anything you need to say about all your board invites events?
I specifically need to make sure I get a list for who is attending graduation, high school graduation, Salida high school graduation.
No matter how tired you are, you have to answer these things before you leave tonight.
This is important. The rest of the things are, get back to me. Joe, are you going to Salida high school graduation?
Yes.
Um,
And we're all robed up on stage, correct?
I think so. Matt, are you going to SHS graduation?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll probably go to HCA.
Okay. Jen, are you going to the high school graduation?
I will be with DI.
Okay.
So no.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll follow up. Those are my critical.
Thank you. It's a great idea. Well, I didn't watch it.
But the rest of I've got Mandy and Jody, I think were my others that gave me like a full list of RSVPs. If you have other of the year-end event stuff that you plan to go to, just let me know. High school is just more important because we need to ropes and all the things.
And then we are clarifying that, like, I didn't like that email of like, hey, let me know if you want to sit on the stage or in the, like.
I
we all
will,
need to do
no,
the
and
same
that's why I told
You're all sitting on
Jennifer,
the stage. You don't get a
Yeah.
choice.
I told Jennifer I would
Rope
get
up.
a list.
Robes, stage, no choice.
Yeah, that's not, yeah.
That's fine. I just didn't want me to be like, oh, I'll sit on the stage and the rest of you sitting in the bleachers.
We will decide. We're like, hey.
You're all on stage. You're all in
I'll be there,
rows.
but I'm not participating in the event. Just for y'all to
Then I didn't
know,
ask you because I already knew.
we did plan to cancel the May meeting. I
The
will
second May meeting.
not be in the June meetings. Potentially could call into the first, but I'm supposed to be gone on both of those. So we'll set.
28th.
Yes,
Yes.
May 28th is canceled. Sorry, I'm bouncing all over. Agenda review. Who wants to take that one on? Anybody? Bueller? You just did it.
I agree.
I'll do that.
But Jen's like,
All right,
That
we
was
need
Matt.
on agenda review.
okay,
Coordinate that the week before.
Yep.
We'll probably not have a July meeting
No scheduled July meeting.
unless we need to
Unless
approve some
contracts come
things.
up that require board action, then it'll be a simple meeting.
And
No,
just
June 25th, just.
correct.
Correct. Again, unless contracts pop up and I need your attention.
as I won't be in next month's meeting, potentially, on the phone, as we look back, we got a hell of a lot accomplished this year. Some of it's not fully wrapped up, but like kudos. Thank you all for all your efforts, time, energy, David, staff. Like, I sit there and I'm like, man, what are we going to do next year? like the lift just doesn't seem like it could get bigger, but David's smiling really weird, so maybe it can. So.
Staff joke there,
yeah.
fear.
Looking for a motion to adjourn. Beautiful. Thank you, man. 10:20.
At most, we can do a second and then we can.